And welcome back. We are playing a heckin' great game of Pathfinder 2nd Edition this morning. I got my coffee, I got my friends, I got my stream up. As far as I can tell, we're good to go. But, give you guys a brief rundown of what's been going on. The party has made some enemies. Enemy or two, with a faction known as the Apis Consortium. A group of individuals that has their funding spread pretty much throughout all of the Inner Sea. They don't fully support one faction or group, um, unless, of course, that group can help them spread their influence, make more money. But as soon as that partnership is no longer valid, they will absolutely cut that partnership immediately. In Cantaria, there's a number of houses and mages and alchemists that are currently being funded by the consortium that are working on ways to use monster genetics and abilities into humanoids. It seems to be mostly focused on oozes. Give people the ability to work more, work harder, to endure more punishment, to not need to rest. Um, not a great look. But so far, the party has done everything within their power to interrupt these experiments, to set them back, and overall just be a pain in the neck. This caused the party to be attacked by a certain clockwork assassin, a former Duskwalker of Pharasma, that when his time came, Pharasma passed her judgment, sending him to the eternal neutral nothing that he was destined for. Apis Consortium interfered. They intercepted the soul and stuffed it into a clockwork assassin body. It pounced on the party during a distraction, managed to kill one of them. Mostly kill. Party then took the body and rushed to their current patron, being the Lady of Vengeance, owner and operator of the city of Cantaria. She worked her magic, or Damphir magic, granting the fallen party member the ability to exist among the unliving, becoming part Damphir. After that, the party agreed, or as agreed as much as they had any say to agree or disagree, to follow the lady in her campaign to retake her family home, a castle currently under the control of House Narcopolis. The assault did cost many lives, as the castle did seem to be partially under the protection of an ancient white dragon. Though once the battle was over, the dragon fled, so maybe it wasn't entirely under its protection after all. After that, the party spent some time exploring the area, taking care of some personal business for everyone. A Eventually, a traveling caravan of beasts and druids came through, offering the party a massive crag cat mount, large enough for a wagon to be mounted on the back of, if they would assist in recovering a number of the animals that strayed. Being the philanthropist, that's definitely the word that I'm going to go with this morning. Philanthropic individuals that they are, they assisted the trade caravan, brought the animals back, and were granted their massive crag cat mount. From there, they took a few weeks of downtime. Kira got a pocket stage and put her trapped celestial spirit into it, Duende. Was much more happy in his full magical stage than he was trapped in. But that. Oh, quick announcement. So our January one shots are over, but we are planning for our February one shots, or not February one shots, February mini campaigns. We are going to have a mini campaign of a pure Goblin Pathfinder set of games. We're going to be playing some Locus, a personal horror drama TTRPG. We're going to be playing some Lancer, a mech pilot TTRPG. And then one that I always forget because it is super, super early, Scum and Villainy. Like a Firefly, Star Wars-esque space criminal adventure. So yeah, if you are interested in that, you can join our Discord from the link below. That's where we do all our casting calls and stuff. Even if you're not interested, come join and hang out. We'd love to chat. But yeah, with that, I think I can bring in today's cast. How's it going, guys?
What's up?
It's going. Hello.
I can play this week. I'm excited.
We have such an array of energy.
Correct.
Look, I have snow, I have power, I have internet and snacks. We're good.
Uh-huh. Everything you need. It's the pyramid of life.
All right. Well, with that, why don't I bring in the music?
Say it.
What music?
Every.
Oh, I hear the music this time. Ha
Oh, I like this song.
Yeah, I can.
All right.
I can dig it.
So with your downtime in hand, or giant mount in hand, I will ask you, Lost Caravan, what is your plan? Where are we going from here?
I don't even know where I am.
Right now, we are at the castle, correct?
Yep.
Or do we make the trip to Sinara yet?
We went to Sonara and then back.
Sonara was downtime.
Got you. Okay. So we're at the castle. We have a mall to drop off.
Correct.
In Cantaria. I believe Izix found some stuff as well.
Yep.
Sure did.
Only from reasonable sources. Nothing weird has happened.
Oh, it's right, and my brother.
Yeah, and my brother.
That's what I found out.
Yeah. That's the other
found out
thing.
something.
I was pulling out my notes. I was like, oh right, I have notes.
Yeah, no, I was just reading through mine too. Yeah.
We had a whole little adventure.
If you guys have the stream up, let me know if the music's too loud. I can turn it down.
So yeah, last session, Hadrian stopped by and had a chat with Izix. And House Vergalis, our old friends, are in cahoots with the consortium. And my brother is being held by the consortium in Agorian. So Brawley's going to Agorian soon.
Yeah, it's in the same stronghold as the one we blew up.
Yeah.
Like 40 feet away from where we were.
We weren't sure if they're there when we blew it up, but he's there now. And Brawley has some things to do. So I think that's what we have planned: is Cantaria, then take the river down to Agorian.
Okay.
Yeah. And Kira fought the wind again.
That's right.
Barely.
I did some breakdancing. It helped.
Yeah, through the power of breakdancing, I've won.
Yeah, if you want to watch Kira here fight the melody on the wind, watch the last session. It's on YouTube. What are you waiting for? Go watch it. Not right now, though. Right now,
No,
you're watching this
obviously.
live, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But after this, go watch
Yeah.
it. Lisa, your patron, your sire, your vampiric mistress, the Lady of Vengeance. Under the downtime has had you meeting various contacts, people that you do not recognize, but the sensation that you get from being around them would lead you to believe that they are of the same curse that you are, that they are also Dampier.
Hmm.
Of course, you have been asked not to speak of any of these people. You've never met them.
What people?
Yeah, exactly. But to get you guys on your way, you are supplied with enough components for your traveling spell for 2 casts.
Sweet.
And if we take the crag cat, doesn't it double the speed or something?
It extends it by a couple hours.
Extends it. That's what it is. Yeah. Down. This is awesome. We got a giant cat.
Which can turn into tiny now. So
Oh yeah, you have the collar.
yeah, we're in debt again as usual. 'cause-
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Wait. We
No.
had money?
At one point we did, yeah.
Yeah.
So technically, I think we all went to town. So if there's something that you wanted, she would have given us a small loan.
What is wrong with my dice?
I'm just gonna.
That's
Ah.
correct. It's
Magic.
all coming back.
So if anyone wants to buy something,
What level is Sonara again?
Sonara's like level 6?
Nice. Good to know.
Let's go 6. That sounds right.
I don't know
The
how much
only
money
thing
we got.
Sharon's been
Well, that was the thing. We could have taken a loan. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. The only thing Sharon's been doing is strength training. She's trying to wield the maul the right way.
Huh.
That's it.
how's that working out for you?
I don't know.
You can certainly lift it. That's a
I mean, yeah.
step in the right direction.
Yeah. She's like doing reps with it. She's like, I will wield you correctly. You will not defeat me.
It's beaten.
Anyone else? Anything else? Any last minute pickups?
More potions.
Yeah, I'm looking through the items that I don't really. I don't know. I'll look while we travel.
Yeah, I only have 1 oil of unlife left.
Doesn't your boo make those for you?
Your boo.
No, I bought all mine, thank you. Yeah.
Need no patron.
Independent damn fear.
Well, at this point, you kind of do.
I mean, at this point, I don't.
Yeah.
She's dude, fucker.
This is true.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing else.
Nothing that I can think of at the top of my head. I'm still just gonna browse.
Alright. So, the day is yours. If you are just going to continue on your new mount, traveling normally, start the journey. If you're going to use your ritual,
Mr.
Easy.
Courage.
What do we need for the ritual? Do we already got it?
How do you even hide
We have
in
to
the
sacrifice a
ritual?
chicken.
Your silence indicates that you are indeed not.
Zach, are you doing your ritual?
Everyone was talking, so I was letting them talk.
There's like 10 seconds of silence.
I heard them talking. Yeah. I also just posted it in chat.
Yes. Alright. Then doesn't actually say the full requirements. So yeah, make your occultism check, and then over the secondary caster is make your crafting check.
God damn it! I forgot it was like crafting.
Yeah, I'm not trained. Yeah, I'm a +0.
I'm
Who's
the
got
only,
crafting, guys?
I'm the only crafting person in this fucking place.
Then let's go, Kira. I believe.
The only
I
other
believe.
Isaacs is making the little protection charms.
What? Yeah, you want some?
Isn't a saving throw, but it would be nice.
I think it is the same.
Crafting.
Hold on. Let me.
Nah, it's fine. I'm
There you go.
good.
Yep. All good. Absolute
Oh, I
success. Your mystical carriage envelops the giant crag cat, giving it just that extra boost, the extra energy, the spectral steeds still appearing out in front and helping to pull, helping to lighten the load. But other than that, ritual happens as normal. And it whisks you away across the plains, through the lower mountains, across the bridges, back to the city of Cantaria. One of your very few safe havens here in Cheliac. Since you do have such an expedited journey, we'll just roll one time for the trip. Just need a D8 from someone.
Fixing my dice.
Player
Um,
8.
It's me, player 8.
I fixed your name, you just never switched back.
I can't go on the other one. I don't know what. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm player 8 for now.
Yeah, it's a little bit of inclement weather. There are points where you do have to pause, get out of the wind and the rain, give your mount just a quick breather. But otherwise, the trip is fairly uneventful. A little longer than you expected. The speed, thanks to the ritual. Other than that, you have arrived in Cantaria. City mostly built around a mining settlement, with a good number of active mines still going, employing well over half the town in them. What do you guys like to do?
Back home. We have a spot here that we normally stay at. Can't remember
There's
the name.
a handful of inns that you could stay at. Usually the Crimson Rest is where you guys would go, but
That's
the
the one,
lady
yeah.
is not here. So
But that's our favorite.
Yeah.
So we can go there, and then whoever's got business here can take care of it.
Is my girl back?
Sean?
I'm here.
Yeah.
We're in town. Wake up, bring
Yes.
them all, find the man.
Find Daydar.
Arr.
yeah,
Do
make
it.
with a society check.
Oh no. Okay. To find it on my sheet. Society. Oh, it's actually not terrible. Do good. All right.
Okay. It's probably going to take you a bit.
Yeah.
It'll be certainly be lessened if someone like Lisa or Kira
Mhm.
wants to help you out.
Hmm.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Tower down. Trying to find the man that has been sitting here for a month.
Okay.
I'm sure it'll be
Where
easy.
is he?
Where
Darn
are
the tiny
you?
bartender. No. Oh, that went from 1 to
Holy
19.
shit.
All right. The pair of you break off looking for Sean's contact here in the city. The hopefully true owner of the mall that you all had acquired from the vacant orc village. What would the rest of you like to do?
Can I go see how the shop is going? And if she's back from her whatever the fuck she was doing?
She
What's her
being
name?
The girl with the magic shop that blew up.
Amelia?
Yeah, that one.
That one.
Good shop.
You knew what it was. You were testing me.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Okay. Anyone going with Isix? Raleigh, Lisa, do you guys have anything else you wanted to do?
I'll go with Isix. I still need to pick up some potions if I wasn't given any. And
We
I'm trying
can
to.
we could pick up in Sonara because we have a debt, quote unquote, blank check, quote unquote, from the lady.
Yeah, if you wanted potions in Sonara, for to add.
Yeah,
Probably
I'm gonna do that as
3 of
well.
them you could get.
Yeah. I'm still trying to find my old dice,
Nice.
but I think Hooper deleted them.
I didn't delete
I think
anything.
so. Brawley would like to look for anybody who's got news, or basically it's like go to different places and get gossip of what's happening in Agorian.
Okay.
And we get some rumors, see what's going on down in the big city.
Yeah. You could also make a society check.
I don't have any political friends in Kantara besides the lady, and she's not here, so fuck me, right?
Asking
Uh,
around bars. From
Try to
Yeah.
find Alpha if there's any.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can do the bellflowers as well. Woo!
Wow.
heck yeah.
Damn.
Start the day off right.
Alright. So we will jump up to Sharn and Kira as you all ask around about Zadar, the half-orc outcast, who, obviously being of the half-orc heritage, wasn't quite as accepted into his father's tribe as they have liked. But after hearing the news of the tribe's complete annihilation, it wasn't really remorse that he felt for all of them so much as that he just wanted his dad's weapon. He feels like it belongs to him, should be passed down to him, and yeah, the rest of them were assholes, so who cares? But you do find him, an apprentice blacksmith here in Cantaria. Eventually tracking down the shop, hearing the sound of metal striking metal, that familiar scent of charcoal, of hot iron, and probably a lot of sweat mixed in.
Sharn will have them all out and just as soon as she sees them say, Dadar, we have returned with your weapon.
You heard just waves.
The much older, heavy-set dwarvish owner, probably the blacksmith there working alongside Dadar, just looks at him, at all you, and just gives the nod like, yeah, go ahead, take a break, go deal with your. Dadar just undoes the thick leather apron, tosses it aside, and pulls you out of the shop back into the street. Yeah, so from what we were saying, you were saying last time we talked, I guess this means the whole tribe is gone then.
Um, yes, they were taken out by some sort of magical force. We
Yeah?
were able to look into visions of the past and get a glimpse of what had happened. It was not pretty. But
It turned them mad. Yeah.
your mall
Died.
is safe. Your family is not. She
I.
like passes the mall over to him, and it's going to note or whether or not he is able to carry it correctly.
Oh,
As you start passing over, just hear him. No, family's not dead. The father might be, but I don't consider anyone else up there family. He takes it, and there's definitely a surprise to the weight. Like, you would expect a weapon like this to be heavy. A maul nearly as long as Sharn is tall. A very impressive statured orc. Um, but even expecting that weight, anyone that is just handed this it would probably just drop to the ground. It is so deceptively heavy. And it does dip a good foot and a half probably. But he does manage to heft it.
Well, all hope is not lost.
It's
It is a difficult weapon to carry. You will have to train to make it your own.
it feels not like I expected.
It is heavy.
Well, yeah, it just I had these visions in my head of it being more ceremonial, of feeling some spark, some connection to it. But
Mm,
nah,
no, it is a piece of metal. You will not have any connection to it unless you spend time with it. Forge the connection on your own. As a forger, you should know this. A, a sword is just a sword. And she pulls out her Kopesh. A sword is only a piece of metal with a handle. Unless you forge and create that connection yourself. This sword has been in my family for generations. And when I first acquired it from my mother, I did not have any connection to it either. However, I learned how to wield it. I learned how to use it to its best ability, including its capabilities. Um, so it will just take time. Yours is a, how do you say, difficult weapon to wield. It is based on strength only. So it will take a lot of time.
he's just nodding, still trying to heft it and get it to a comfortable grip. Doesn't seem to be able to find. Um, I don't have much to give you in thanks for this, but what can I do? This is. Thank you.
Of course. And as I said before, I would do this for free. I was looking into the disappearances of the orc tribes, and this has raised more questions than answers. The only thing I can ask of you is to remain steadfast, and if we need an ally, allow us to call upon you in the future.
Yeah, I'll be here. Hopefully, able to wield this damn thing.
Yeah, crafting and forging also good if you're good. I'll assume you are since you've been here for a month.
Well,
If we need to be.
I'm an apprentice, but I know my way around a forge.
Hmm.
Why, you
Yeah,
need
because
some forge work done?
not currently, but when it comes to it, I would rather not do it because, as you can see, you're kind of like twice my size, and me transferring runes and similar things is a bit complicated. So if it comes to it, that we can, think of you and you can help us out.
Alright, yeah, that's fair. He, like, just kind of takes a few practice swings out here in the street. Even just, like, making, like, an overhand strike with this thing is pulling him out of his, out of his planted stance and sending him a involuntary step forward. Damn, that's heavy.
Do you have combat experience?
Little.
Ah, well, then you will have to train greatly. This is not a weapon that you can learn overnight.
You know, I saw him using this thing. I saw him fighting with it. It always just looked effortless. It just flowed. Now I'm wondering how the hells he did that.
He probably started as you, young lad, with such a great weapon. I'm sure you also thought it was heavy to start with.
Mm.
Just gotta give it your all.
Remain diligent, be dedicated in your training, and learn how to fight. A little bit of combat experience is not going to help you when you are fighting something big and terrifying.
And strengthen your
Especially,
mind.
especially if you do not know how to use something like that. For example, if you were to try and fight with that now, I would have killed you in one swipe.
I think you'd have done that no matter what weapon I had.
Likely. If you want to be a warrior, and you want to live up to your father's reputation, then it will take more than just being at the forge.
Well, my mentor back there, Gordon, and I think he maybe a little involuntary, but I think he'd be willing to show me some things.
All right. Well, we are not in town for long. We are passing through.
Well, thank you. Thank you for this. We talked about war paint last time you were here.
Yes.
I asked around, see what I could rustle up, and he pops back inside to the inside of the blacksmith shop for a few moments, or coming back out with few like metallic tins all wrapped tightly in leather, and just hands them over.
What do you make these out of?
Oh, I didn't make them. I wouldn't even know where to start for that. But we had some caravans coming through, and they'd come from the Golden Road not too long ago. Uh, yeah, I just traded some old weapons I'd been working on.
Consider your debt repaid.
Nods and do the faintest of smiles.
She looks over at Kira and like swings an arm around her shoulder. Probably hurts. All right, Kira, let us go.
Okay.
All right. You leave. He heads off back into the shop, and you can hear the bolsterous voice of a dwarf. What in the hell's is that? Hey, put that damn hammer down. You don't, boy. And then the door shuts, and welcome to continue your exploration of the town, or go off and find your comrades.
I'm good.
So while we'll delve into the paint a little more later, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this is a orc specific item that is equivalent to an orcish war mask.
Ooh.
Yeah. We'll jump over to Brawley, since yours was mostly just an information gathering mission.
Hell yes.
You were just looking for rumors, what's going on in Nagorian?
I want to find the most reliable and accurate information that I can within this godforsaken place about what's going on in Agorian, so that way we're not going in like, oh yeah, well, House Vergillus owns everything now. Sucks to suck, losers. I just want to be ready.
Honestly, not much has changed. It's still on fairly high alert. There were a lot of soldiers that came back in after the attack on the city, which was, of course, you guys. Kazine, thank you for the follow. Love ya. Can't see me, but I'm giving you a heart. Yeah, security never really reduced after the quote-unquote terrorist attack, even though that they claim to have found the individuals responsible. Other than that, it's pretty much life as normal down there.
Mine is super high alert.
Which isn't
Ah,
that unusual.
It's been months. You'd think they would assume we died somewhere.
they hope we're dead. They assume nothing.
What
Okay.
happens when you assume? You die.
Proof.
Yeah.
You die.
Oh, you don't.
Any other questions about Agorian?
How's House Vergillus doing? Vergillus?
How's
Considering
Virgil?
their funding, which most people don't know where, like, what houses do with their individual deals and where a lot of the places get their funding. So you actually have a step up there, knowing that the Apis Consortium is directly providing their monetary gains. Vergillus is doing all right. They've not taken a step back so much, but like usually they were the mercenary guild. If you had a job you needed and you were close ties with House Vergillus, you could of course hire their mercenaries, but they've been handing them out less and less. They've been doing fewer and fewer jobs, even for close friends to the house.
All right, cool. Good to know.
All right. And we will jump over to Isix and Lisa. And I assume you're Lisa today.
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask because honestly, it could be a coin flip for all I know.
It is sometimes.
For anyone that is just catching us and doesn't understand that, Lisa / Rain is a split personality of the same person. That's why you see them listed as Lisa / Rain. But Isix, you follow the streets, taking the familiar path that you have taken before to the shop of one Amelia. A random, almost like pawn shop-esque trader that lived and operated here in Cantaria, whose shop burned down after buying some very unstable elemental crystals, but has since had the city, had the neighbors all rallying together to help get some semblance of normality back, to rebuild the shop and in unison her home, because they slept in her shop. And as you round the corner where you had last seen just a pile of blackened rubble, now stands a pristine, beautifully built shop. Before, it looked like it was probably a warehouse of some sort that she had just taken over, probably after it was abandoned, and tidied up best she could. Now there's like a full storeroom window, there's an awning out front. The door looks specifically crafted for her, as there are various magical like sigils and items crafted into it to show that the randomness of the store. It looks like the city absolutely came together for her.
Isaac will admire the outside for a few moments, and then like do the super creepy like peeking through the window.
You see a older gentleman, larger stature, not quite as large as you, but decked out in some medium armor, a lot of leather kind of mixed with small plates of metal here and there. A fairly large sword just resting behind him as he's leaning against the wall. But yeah, doesn't seem to be anyone else in there.
She doesn't even seem to be in there. It's just
Um,
dude popping a lane.
You could see like behind the main counter now there are doors that probably lead into like a storeroom, probably that lead to other parts of the shop. But in just right out here out front, Amelia does not seem to be present.
All right, yeah. Isaac will hop on in.
You step through the door, hear the voice of the older gentleman call out, "Welcome to Amelia's Annex. Take a look around. Amelia's around here somewhere."
Just kind of give him eyes. Who are you?
I'm the one that makes sure that no one tries any funny business while they're in my boss's store.
It's just gonna go over and just like squish his cheeks. Just be like, Amelia, you got a guard!
Don't touch my cheeks.
He's just excited that his friend is doing really, really well.
Hear a
Yeah.
voice call out from, like, back behind, past one of the doors. Is that Izix? I'm coming! Hold on! Followed by a series of loud crashes.
Oh, it's good to see that some things don't change.
He will quickly and happily, like he'll be getting out the strawberry candies, and he'll offer one to the guy while eyeing the shop to make sure that she's got more that he can buy.
No thanks. I don't take food while I'm working.
No, it's not. It's just a treat. It's just okay. It's just slowly backing away.
He just
Pick the damn
sighs,
candy.
holds his hand out.
Yeah, friend made. Izix will put a candy in his hand.
Achievement unlocked.
Giving candy to strangers.
There's some shuffling of boxes, some scraping of wood against stone, and then stumbling out of one of the doors is the 5 foot nothing, fuzzy haired redhead. As she takes a moment to adjust the apron and pat down her hair a little. Oh, hi. Welcome back.
It grew, and it grew quickly, and now you have an employee, and he'll reach across and do the same thing to her cheeks.
She just accepts it. Yeah, sorry I wasn't around last time you guys were here. I was actually hiring this guy over here.
And those will lean in and not so quietly and he's trustworthy, right?
Yeah, I made sure. Actually got him from Targo. I mean, not that I bought him or anything. Like, he's not property or...
I understand.
I just mean that the lady gave me some money to travel and gave me some contacts to meet with, and he was looking for work, so I went up and met him, and we talked, and here he is. This is Rashir. Rashir, this is Izix and Lisa. Good friends of mine.
Please ways.
This would be like, we met. He took one of my candies.
I told you it was good.
Well, he almost didn't, but that's why I had to double check.
You can be very focused.
That's good. It will hopefully prevent any further explosions.
Hopefully. So what are you doing back in town? What have you been doing? I feel like it's been so long.
First, thank you for the things that you left. They were very, very useful.
Oh, good.
We killed the devourer. We
Wait, like the
Uh,
devourer?
yes.
Like that the creature that was eating souls and killing people?
Yes.
Wow.
Uh, we. Oh, I don't. Are we allowed to talk about the castle?
You didn't say you couldn't.
Fair enough.
I assume they know already.
Uh, we helped the lady with the castle.
Fought or ran from an ancient white dragon?
Like that too.
Oh,
Met a green dragon.
I did not meet a green dragon.
You did.
You did.
Oh, I did?
Sorry. Go
I
ahead.
got teleported into her tower and she got angry.
That's right, last second. It was so early in the game, I forgot.
It's okay. She wasn't very nice, so I don't think you've met Key, and he'll like turn around and like, Key, Amelia Key.
Key is in the process of leaning out of the basket towards one of the shelves, trying to grab something. Stops. The arm slowly retracts back.
What did you want, Key? What did you find?
Oh, nothing. It was just a shiny thing, that's all. Hi, I'm Key. I sometimes help, I think.
She helps a lot. She helps us find herbs, and useful plants, and has useful information, and is a good travel companion.
He
And he'll
fully translucent, light blue form of the slime goblin just jiggles as you're moving, and the face just lights up into a smile.
Isaac will try and turn around to see what she was trying to grab. Are you drinking coffee right now, Hooper?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, yeah, your little guy wigged out for a second.
He does that.
It's scary.
There's just a entire rack of potions. That it looks like she was.
What were you looking at? Which one?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what any of those are. They just looked interesting.
Drink them, we'll find out.
Yeah. Well, you can ask Amelia. Amelia will let you know.
Oh, yeah, of course. The entire time she's just been mesmerized and just staring at Key. This might sound a tad insensitive, but what are you? What is she?
Okay, that is up to you to tell if you would like to tell it.
Oh, you might know more than I do, but I'm a slime, an ooze, I think, and my family was all captured and murdered and used for experiments. Amelia's just nodding, now realizing that may be an insensitive question to ask.
She we came across her while traveling, and some, oh god, what were they? Creatures, rats. Some rats had moved in.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost said raccoons, but I knew that was not correct. Raccoon.
damn.
Basically raccoons.
And she'd been there alone, and I asked her if she would like to travel, and well, we made it happen.
That's so cool. You seem to make a lot of friends wherever you go.
Isaac will just beam. This might be a bad decision, but Isaac is also going to like kind of lower his. I'm assuming he just has like a cloak on it, almost all points at this time, to allow Mouse to kind of spread out a little more. He'll be like, speaking of friends, and he'll just kind of, oh god, like bend down a little bit and open the cloak a little bit so she can kind of see like part of it.
Ooh. Is that a giant hunting spider?
I don't know.
You kept that thing?
What? No, it hatched and I couldn't, you know, I mean the eggs were tasty, but then it hatched and I couldn't.
So tasty.
um,
Oh, that is so just
Kill the fire. Kill it.
just don't let it crawl on me, please.
no, he's pretty good about staying and listening, and you know, I feel like we're really like he'll make like a hand motion of like making a connection, you know, like chest to, but he just doesn't seem to be able to find the word. We're really,
Bonding?
yeah, like and he'll like go to, do you want to see, do you want to see him?
I would like to. I love spiders.
His name
You would.
Oh, accept
his name is Mouse. And he'll, you know, pull down the cloak all the way, and he'll try and get Mouse to like come down, I guess, like to his arms. I'm not entirely sure how big the spider is at the moment.
It's about the size of Isaac's head.
It's a face hugger.
Okay, you know, like a person would like a tarantula, like try to get around to like come down to his arm and his hand, and if he like wants to go on the counter, like I don't want him to like run through the shop and like ruin shit.
Yeah. Amelia will just like hold her arm out towards you, and there's that like tentative stepping down your arm, little fuzzy brushing against your scales, and then like one tentative leg reaches out and touches her hand, recoils, does it again, and eventually fully just walks over onto her hand, arm, and then down to the counter. Where it's
You just hear in the background, ew, 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 ew.
where it just seems content to explore the immediate vicinity. That's it's cool. I've never seen anyone keep a pet hunting spider before.
So that is a hunting spider. We cleared out part of an area that we had to get through, and had some eggs, and it hatched.
Huh. Well, that's neat. And she looks up at Key. Those potions, if you were wondering, they're bark skin potions. They make your exterior a little tougher for a while.
Oh.
Key responds just by poking her very gelatinous form. Oh, I don't think that'll do much. I'm pretty. Every poke just sends out like a ripple across her slime body. I don't think that'll do much, but that's very cool.
What if it could? What if you could not jiggle for a little bit?
I'm envisioning a tree with the consistency of a slime. It's a very, very strange image.
Yeah, I'll admit, I don't know what would happen. You gave your slime friend here a barkskin potion, but you know what? If you want one, it's on the house.
Chug it, chug it, chug.
It's up to you, Pete.
She'll reach out, grab one, tuck it away. Thank you.
Thank you. Hooper.
Hey.
Just for notes' sake, what race is Rashir?
Human.
And about how old does he look?
Early 40s?
Oh, okay.
Definitely the scars of someone who has seen their fair share of combat.
Just whisper to him, "Hail Hydra," and see if he reacts.
Hell yeah.
Oh. So you I'm so happy you like spiders. Have you? Oh, what else have we done? Oh gosh. Kira's loot now has a stage. Um.
Oh yes.
That is a very easy way to say it.
The trapped celestial is now in a pocket stage, portable
Huh.
stage, whatever.
I didn't even know you could do that.
Neither did we.
Did you connect it all with he'll like lower his voice a little bit. Rasma, as you traveled?
I think so. I had dreams, kind of nightmares, but nightmares that weren't necessarily scary, of a place that was very dark, but there was a very beautiful light that was just kind of flying through the sky. There, I must have had Halo on my brain because there was a big black raven that was there and just kind of flew with me as I was flying through the dark place.
Sounds like the Dead Roads. And Halo is a type of Gnostoid. There are lots of Halos. So one just decided to help you.
Huh. Well, that's pretty cool.
They are very friendly. That is why I always carry, and he'll look around, these strawberry candies.
Oh, that explains it.
Do you have any more? I'm running low.
I've actually been kind of busy. I haven't had a chance to make any.
You make them?
Well, yeah, I told you that.
No, you told me you got them in, not that you made them. I didn't know that you made them.
Yeah, I get in the supplies, but I like to make things. Very proficient in the kitchen.
That is. He would freak out a little more, but he doesn't want to scare Mouse. So the excitement's on his face, and he goes to make big moves, and then he's like, that is very exciting. Broadly likes pies, so kitchen work is, I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Well, to bring him by some point.
Well, he's here somewhere, but he. Oh God, do I know that Brawley doesn't like spiders, or is that all? And Brawley just BRB'd. That's funny.
I mean,
Billy
we
doesn't
saw
like
him go-
spiders.
We saw Brawley go ham on the
Oh, the
spiders.
spiders, yeah. I think he would absolutely kill this spider.
Yeah, not a fan.
Lisa was just about to say, "Let's not show Brawley the spider."
I'm afraid Sybil might try and hurt Mouse too. Cat.
7 days 1d4 fucking.
I think
Meow
Sybil has more to worry from Mouse than Mouse has to worry from Sybil.
Oh, we also have a giant Craig cat that someone currently has as a kitten.
Brawly.
If I didn't know all of you, I would definitely think that you were just messing with me, but I fully believe you.
We
We haven't lied yet.
helped a druid get their. Technically, I guess we took the companions that we helped rescue. Huh.
I did actually have something for you.
Oh. Yeah. What you got?
Your armor. I noticed that it is very functional, but it looks like it could use some sprucing up. No offense. And I found some enchanted rhino hide that, if you'd like, could get used into your armor.
What's a rhino?
Is it? Do me a favor, just say yes.
Yes, please. Thank you.
It's
Thank you.
very big creature. Lives down in the Golden Road. On its face, it just has one massive horn that it likes to charge things with and stab people.
Is it related to dragons? Because it sounds pretty dragonish.
Don't think
The
it's
Golden
related to
Road.
dragons.
Oh.
So scary.
So with the rhino hide, when you use your sudden charge class feat, your strike does an additional 1d8 points of damage.
Ooh.
Ooh. Damage.
Is that
Fancy.
is that an official thing?
There is rhino hide armor. And if you would like, she does have enough to also give it to Charn's armor.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Because she has the sudden charge too, right?
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Did you guys have a +1 in your armor before?
No.
Yeah. Well, I do.
No. I think it automatically has a +1.
We can get Sean a +1 in Sonara.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's all that expensive.
Yeah.
Well-
I'll add it to the list.
This is the rhino hide is a +1.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right, I'm just taking the effect of the rhino hide armor, and
Gotcha.
Tasty.
It's also resilient. That would be nice. We should get some resilient rune.
Yeah, Sharn, if you want, you could have picked up a +1 potency rune for your armor, which just flat raises your AC by 1.
Nice.
And now you can both add rhino hide. If it lets you add like custom effects to your armor, which I don't know if it does.
If you add Reinhardt as is, it will give them +1 to saving throws and AC and
And just we don't have the resilient property, right?
Right.
yeah.
So yeah, we can remove the resilience, add the the potency's already there.
I don't know if you'll add to the Sudden change.
Rhino hide.
It is also hide armor, which I believe light.
It's -1 instead of -3. On the dex.
Both of them have more than enough strength requirements. They don't have to worry about the minus.
Rhino hide. Can I sell my scale mail?
Sure.
How much does that sell for?
Scale.
It was half the listed price.
2
Uh,
gold.
Yeah, you sell for 2.
Nice. All right. Love that for me.
To what?
Oh,
Platinum it is.
yeah, the
So
rhino
does it-
hide is actually perfect for you. It's exactly the same bonus as a scale mail.
So does that mean this is lowering my AC? Because
What's the armor you have right now?
breastplate, which is a 4 AC.
What is your dex bonus?
What?
What's
Oh,
your
the deck.
dex modifier?
+3.
Oh yeah, this will actually raise your AC. Because breastplate has a dex cap of 1. So you're only getting 1 point of bonus from your dexterity, and so does your full dexterity bonus.
Nice.
So switching to the rhino hide will actually raise your AC.
Extra 1d8 damage for sudden charge.
Yeah.
I should try to. Oh no, I mean, yeah. Sudden charge doesn't have its own roll, so I don't think it adds automatically.
Have to.
Remember.
Do my best.
I'll remember. Don't worry.
You can also, you can make a weapon.
Yeah.
A
Oh,
custom
actually.
weapon, and then use it as an attack. That's what with Wolf Jaw.
Anyways, yeah. There you go.
Okay.
Unless you had anything else, you two are welcome to stay and chat for a while. And then whenever you're ready, leave to rejoin your party.
He'll chat. He'll ask, Rashir about himself. See if she's gotten anything lizard folk related. I think he would give her the fancy bottle of wine and the 2 crystal goblets.
Ooh. Fancy.
So I'm gonna remove that from my inventory. And then he would ask her if she wants a dragon finger.
Of course, I don't know if I want to know where you got a dragon finger, but I'll take anything.
I'll give her a couple of the spiny shards from the Ice Guardian too. I'll give her like 5 of those.
Okay. And of course, if she manages to sell these, she will split the profit with you.
Oh, no. Like it's for her. Like
Still good enough.
whatever. Whatever. It's it's a give and take.
Okay.
So he does expect her to like open the wine and drink it. Like this is a congratulations on your new shop.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you guys are hanging around for a minute, she'll absolutely open it and pour a glass for herself, for you guys. For the scene that I accidentally just switched to. There we go. It's all good. I didn't just accidentally switch scenes like 4 times. I'm a professional.
No. You're good.
You're just drunk from the wine.
Yeah.
Just drunk from the wine.
But yeah, she'll absolutely open it and split it with you.
No. About me.
Anyone have anything else, or are you all good to reconvene?
No, I'm good.
Sadie spaghetti.
All right.
Yeah, we did the shopping. And got rumors. Should we check in with the Bellflowers? We'll reconvene and we'll talk it over. To the Crimson Rest.
And rest. Where there is a closed sign out front, though the building itself is still manned by a very small crew of the staff. Or, of course, Loud Inn would like food. They still do have a chef on hand. Otherwise, you have a table and are welcome to chat.
Wonderful. Brawley makes pies. So, how's everybody doing? What's going on?
Caught up with Amelia.
Nice. How's she doing?
The shop is up and active, and she has an employee.
Oh, exciting.
And she gave Key a potion. And she did this to my armor, and she can do that to Sharon's as well.
No, look at that. Anything for me?
No.
Lame.
Nothing for me either.
No. I get it. She plays favorites.
Not even me.
No. She did give you guys stuff last time, though.
Right. All right, it's fine. I'm just messing with it.
She said next time we come back, she should have pies. I
Yes.
did mention that you like pies.
I accept this trade.
And Kira, she knows to look out for Harrow or stuff.
Mhm.
I didn't know if you wanted her to know that you're now a... So I didn't tell her. I hope that's okay.
You said Kira.
That's not what I meant. I've had a little too much to drink. I meant Lisa.
I was wondering where
I'm
the
sorry.
wine went.
Well,
What about you guys?
I turned in the mole to Dadar. It went well.
Oh, good.
yeah, how's Dadar doing?
He cannot lift it.
Ha ha. It's funny.
Nerd.
All right.
You even
Um,
live.
Well,
Do you even lift, bro?
of course I do. I lift every day. What are you talking about? Muscles. All right. Brawley, sorry, I went and looked for rumors about Agorian, and turns out everything's back to quote unquote normal for Agorian. And House Vergellus is doing apparently very well, financially speaking. And I think we all know why.
Because the apes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, everything seems to be going like it has been before we got here.
Yeah. I mean, what's next? We're saving your brother. We're going to the stronghold again. Then running off to.
100% we're going. I at least will be going to Agorian. I would
Yeah.
hope you guys would accompany me, but I
course.
expect I don't expect you guys to if you don't want to.
Well, I have nowhere else to go.
I will be
Yeah,
going.
this-
Unless I go back to the Golden Road, which doesn't make much sense.
I really do
No,
appreciate it.
we're friends, Broly, of course.
Well,
I have not completed what I came here to do.
We need a plan because
that's the next stage, yeah.
I don't think they will just let us in again.
This is a good point. They know our faces. Although I don't think they know Sean's. Any ideas? How can we infiltrate Agoran without being figured out right off the bat?
Pretend to be a riding caravan with lots of animals.
This could be a thing. Yeah, I mean, we could tag along with the caravan. That might get us through.
We're
Like
not
any,
really the greatest at pretending being Kovian.
well, I think we'll be fine as long as people who can talk for us.
Mm, okay.
So, other than that, I don't know how else to take down a noble house other than blowing up their, physically blowing up their house.
We can do it again.
Yeah,
Would Sharn know why we're talking about blowing up houses?
probably not.
Sharn is like, what the fuck?
Houses are bad. Houses use slaves and
Not
oppress
literal
people.
houses. Oh, actual literal houses, though. Yeah.
Nobles. They're nobles that consist into different houses, politically, not actual housing. They have strongholds, and we are fighting the fighting the little fights where we can to fix up Chiliax.
Okay.
That's how we
Well-
started at least.
Well, the politics of Chiliax is not my business. If you all want to fight to do that, then I will fight with you.
I mean, aren't you against slavery?
We have slaves in the Golden Road. Not necessarily a good thing, but it is common.
As
Hmm.
as soon as she hears we have slaves, Lisa just like
I would
her
hope
head snaps to her and like stare.
I would hope that they're taken well and not like Chiliax, where they sell their souls to the devil, and
They are treated
course.
better in the Golden Road.
yeah, but they're
Yes,
still.
well,
I'm aware of fights happening still in the inner sea, and the Golden Road will be rebuilt at one point.
my tribe specifically, we do not buy any because we value strength of our own numbers. But they are traded very often in cities nearby.
Well, we have to go there and blow up some houses too, so it's fine. We'll get there. We first have Chiliax, so yeah, we're dealing
Lisa
with
pulls
big
out a little
baddies.
book, starts marking another area that needs to be burned down
To the
Yeah.
list.
How do you burn down the desert?
with
Very
fire.
carefully. Very carefully. Hooper.
Frost
I mean, have you
flame.
seen California?
In Death Valley. I lived in Death Valley.
That valley's a terrible place. I hate
You
that
know
place.
how easy it is. Everything's nice and dry.
No, it's already on fire. You didn't have to light anything on fire in California.
That's
it's
my
already
secret.
done for you.
I'm always on fire.
Always on fire. Well, yeah, that's trying to do the little, like Kira said, little fights. And now they have given me another reason to cause them harm. They've taken my brother hostage, and I've been looking for him for quite a while. He's actually the reason why I'm here to begin with. So, yeah, let's just say I'm excited to see him. I'm probably just kind of like
Yeah.
shaking at the almost anger, almost kind of.
Shaking at the sky.
Yeah,
They
just
probably have one of the kitsune I'm looking for as well.
wonderful. So everybody's got reasons to go now. Yeah, that's good.
We head there and then we run off to quarantine, I guess. That was the plan, right? Or was it something else? Do we have anything else?
Not yet.
There's the school in Agorian, the teacher that supposedly does cursed magics.
Yeah, I don't think we're as welcome there anymore to learn about magic. I mean, are you still interested in that laser brain? Both of you?
Well, why did we need to be in them? Who? What?
The cursed teacher, the cursed magic teacher. That
We'll get to Agorian. We'll figure it out from there.
Yeah, I'm still
Um,
focused on how the fuck we're going to
yeah,
we're just walking in.
So no, we're not just gonna walk in.
We're just walking in.
I hate winging it when we can plan it out. Have we been to House? Yeah, we've been to House Vergalis already.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we have a vague understanding of
Very-
how to get in stealthily.
Very briefly, you were there, and then you blew it up.
Yep.
Yeah. But we've infiltrated it before.
Yes.
We were invited in before we didn't infiltrate. We walked in and we're like, "Hi."
Infiltrated. All right. Masters of stealth.
As far
Um,
as stealth goes for you guys, that was probably the epitome of infiltrate. Having a written invitation and then being allowed in by the guard.
Right. It's called the Trojan horse. It works every time.
And being
Well,
known by the
it
whole
didn't
city.
help that Billy just wanted to charge in. Not
What?
Billy, Brawley. Because we got teleported just outside.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And you're like, fuck yeah, let's light this place on fire. We're like, no, stop.
That was a good time.
You forgot.
Okay, yeah. How?
maybe
I have
there's
no
an
clue.
entrance downstairs. Like
Dumb
there's got to
shit.
be, yeah, like to the bottom part, right? Like there's got to be another entrance or exit that doesn't
Maybe.
have to do with the house. That like maybe.
I say we plan to get to Agorian. We'll do I don't know, a day or
Maybe
two
contact the
of
other house, the
surveillance.
house that we were under.
Hey guys,
Where the champions
Ah.
were.
don't you all remember how we had to get a whole bunch of slaves freed and we went through the tunnels and then we got them to a ship?
Uh-huh.
Which means that there's probably tunnels from the docks into the city.
That's what I'm saying. So for House Rasala
Flowers then.
is our friends, I guess. Yeah, those are our friends there. And then as well as like Zach was saying, the Bellflowers, we can hit up them and then see what they can help us with. But we also need like I guess a base that's not, I guess, being watched. If that's a thing in Nagorian.
The Bellflowers honestly might be our best option.
Yeah.
To exit. Especially if they know that experiments and slaves are being kept there, they might be extra willing to help us.
Has the lady mentioned any ways of getting back into the city by any chance, Lisa, while you were training?
I assume you're waiting for me to answer. The answer would be no.
No?
She expects her agents to be able to work autonomously.
No, we're not her agents, though we're friends.
Well, you are her agents now.
As long as I
No
get
one
what I
else
need.
knows. I am, at the very least, an agent now.
Okay, well, we will make contact with our Bellflower friends, either here or in Agorian. Probably in Agorian, because we would travel past right regardless. Then we can scope out the place and then decide what to do from there.
Yeah.
Line of attack, yes, agreed.
I wonder how ESF is doing. I'm sure she's worried about us.
Perhaps. Why don't we go talk to her?
I mean, that's in guitar going. If you
Send
want
word.
to do
That's what I'm saying. Send word to her.
Only like
She's
a
got
word.
week's travel north.
via carrier pigeon.
I could get a feather to send out to a bird, but it would take a while.
Nah, don't worry about it. Other than that, I think we won't really know what to do until we get to Agorian and see what's actually going on. Shall we?
All right. So, from here, you do have the option of taking a boat down the river to Agorian. And take your caravan, but anyone seeing a magic caravan on any routes towards Agorian is probably going to raise some red flags.
I vote for boat.
We could go
Boat's
by
fine.
boat if we can. Depending on what the bellflower is saying. Like, can they store us somewhere temporarily?
The very small network here in Cantaria does not have that kind of sway or utility at hand. It's very much just one or sometimes two agents traveling anywhere across Cheliax.
Lisa will immediately vote for the caravan.
But you just said that it's going to cause.
Oh, I know. She hates boats. She gets sick.
Well, you can sleep.
Maybe
We'll
add
put you
some
to sleep.
anti-seasick meds.
Melatonin.
Here's some Dramamine. Enjoy.
Here's a boot to the head. Take a nap.
That's me. Yeah. I'm voting for boat. It's inconspicuous. We could talk to some sailor guys who might have some more rumors.
The sailor guy that can maybe store us in some boxes.
I mean, maybe,
They'll
but I
probably
think that
check
if
the
we,
cargo. You said it's high tier.
well,
It is all so complicated. Planning, we haven't done this in years.
shut up.
We haven't done
do
this
this all the time.
last year.
Planning. We don't know her.
We don't know.
I mean, yeah, boat is what I'm going for.
Yeah, I think both is best.
2 votes boat. Boat votes.
Oh,
But
Everyone votes boat except for
Sorry.
me.
3 boat votes.
Boat.
We're dragging Lisa. Enjoy.
I'm going to see if Amelia has some anti-seasick medication, though.
Just got knock your ass out potions.
I mean, he does.
Oh.
Well, hey there, Key.
you eat some of Key and you'll be fine.
He is a pretty talented alchemist.
So you're saying we don't have to buy health potions anymore?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far.
Talented in certain areas, not healing.
Yeah, as long as you can supply Key with a few gold worth of, materials, it'll keep you stocked for the entirety of the journey with some alchemical mixtures that will help reduce the effects of being on the water, being on a boat.
Done deal. And then Yeah, talk to the
And
sailor
what-
boys about any rumors, what they've heard on the river.
Okay.
Are we dropping in with the seamen, or are we going
What?
like are we gonna go by boat into the city or outside of the city?
I figured we can just take it into the city.
Hmm.
I don't see how this is a problem.
I'm I'm gonna give. Well, Sharn hasn't been with us during the championship, right?
Not into Agorian, no.
Yeah, so Sharn's alright. And Lisa is Lisa, I guess. I can't really hide Lisa. I'll give you my hat of disguise because I don't use it no more.
No, I have my giant magi hat. It's fine.
Yeah, you made your hit. Okay. So yeah, Brawley.
Brawley's a master of disguise regardless, so
No,
I stick to the shadows, I obscure.
sure, but obscure as someone else, but you.
No, I think we're the only one we should be worried about maybe is Izix.
He has
What?
a hat. He has
Because
a
you're
hat
a
of
giant
disguise.
lizard folk. I'm pretty sure a human can blend in better than a fucking 8 foot tall lizard.
He also
Although
has
I
a
have
hat
been
of
proven wrong
disguise.
before.
Take it. This shit. Take it. It's currently
have
like a
one.
hairpin. Yeah, not you, Brawley.
Oh.
Said you have it. We
Yeah,
know
so
you have
we're
it. But who?
then we're good. We're all disguised.
Yeah, I can turn human, so.
Okay.
Oh yeah, yeah, then we're golden. So we'll go into the city via boat, disguised. So we're masters of disguise.
So, just as a general rule for we'll use it to cover the entirety of the trip and your entry into Agorian. Everyone that is in disguise, you make a blind GM deception check.
Oh.
And if
Then
you
I'm
would
gonna
preemptively
seek-
like to spend one of your 2 hero points, let me know.
Yes, please.
Just immediately does him roll.
I didn't.
And then I'm gonna re-roll it, and then I get the highest, the higher.
Oh,
Re-roll
really?
better
A
result.
test roll? You do that to me on a test roll? You piece
you
of
go, Hooper.
shit.
Unfortunate.
Isix, are
Deception.
you...
Current disguise.
Hold on.
Wear your spider as a hat, no one will recognize you.
Brawley
Don't be
wouldn't let that.
suspicious,
Wouldn't allow it.
little piece.
I'm using
Hey,
this.
Hoop, if I use a
as its
hero
own
point,
thing.
can I keep the 20?
Sure, why not?
Because
I do
there's
it.
one in there.
You went from a 19 to a 20.
God damn it! Well, now it's definitely a critical success.
I preemptively used a hero point.
Okay.
I will not. I trust in my.
I don't.
Isix, you went from a 7 to a 19.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
I went from a 2 to a 1. Isn't that what happened?
To the one, to the one, to the three.
Definitely.
No.
He went the opposite way.
Alright. So all of you with your various disguises hop on a trade caravan, or a trade boat. So I gotta ask, are you using the name of your patron, which will of course get you free passage, or are you paying for passage?
Pain.
And disguised already, of course.
That's right.
And saying we need privacy.
No. You have to be pops about it. It's privacy.
Privacy.
So just
Yes.
like a 2-foot square space down in the cargo hold would probably
This
run
is
you
our
like a
box.
total of
Everyone
5
else
gold.
fuck off.
If you
Yes,
want
that's-
like an actual passage with like an actual private room for you all to stay in, probably looking at 10 gold total.
I'll take the 10 gold.
This is our no square.
So someone mark off your 10 gold. I imagine Brawley, who's in track of the party funds.
I'm doing it. I'm the accountant and the fucking keeper of all
And the
things.
caster and
I'm a caster, correct.
healer and
That's right. Master of everything. Never changes.
Jigsaw, get out of here. This is not your game.
He is everywhere.
Back to Eberron, you scrub.
Oh,
Never cast thee out. Thou shalt regret this.
So you do find passage with the Snake Track Trading Company,
Down.
spelled exactly like you would imagine.
With an extra H.
2Ks.
Snake Track Trading Company.
Oh, Sharn posted that.
Oh, I heard Snake Trek. That's funny.
Oh,
like,
that was me. I just had Sean's token highlighted.
Oh, it's spelled normal. No, I don't accept this.
I told you, it's spelled exactly like it sounds.
There's the H in there. I know it.
It is run by a halfling by the name of Bonzik. Bonzik Snake Track.
Bunzik.
But other than that, you are given your room, you are given your privacy. Switch to some action music.
Action.
action.
So, on your first day of travel, on your boat, down below deck, in the privacy of your room, I need someone to roll a d8 for me.
I do it. It's me. Damn.
Get
I'm so
wrecked,
blind.
losers! I was first.
I cheated.
The
Hacks.
first day of travel, it is fairly quiet, it's uneventful. Of course, the crew and captain are happy to chat with you, happy to shed some knowledge, and I forgot to give you this once you turned in the mall, but I'll throw this in there. Your first day of traveling, plus your entire ordeal with returning to the mall to Dater, you can all add 40 experience points.
Yes, level up.
So close.
So close.
We're at what?
We're
40?
halfway there.
I have 340.
520.
I could be wrong.
I
I
should
should have
have
520 now, yeah?
520. Yeah.
You should have 520.
Because we had a one shot and you were training your muscles while
Yeah.
we were doing it.
That's funny.
Second day of travel, I need a d8.
Well, Billy rolled right there. What's it say?
Yeah, what's the private one?
Ooh, you sure?
Yeah, fuck it. Come at me. I'm not scared. You're scared.
Yeah, that's something.
Okay. Second
It's a negative
day
three.
of travel. Come early evening time, where would everyone say that they are?
Early evening.
Brawley's checking on the phases of the moon.
We always have to check that shit.
Yes, we do. For reasons.
Evening? Yeah, Izux is probably out because not as many people can see his face because it's dark.
Okay.
They can see your posture.
You can see the silhouette of a lizard coat.
He's all like hunched. He's got like his tail wrapped up. He's just miserable as all fuck.
Stay in the corner. You're like, it's not outside.
Charn, Brawley, Lisa.
Brawley's outside looking at the moon.
Well, early evening, the moon's not quite out yet.
I see the moon outside in the evening all the time.
I see
All
the
right.
moon right now.
So
Well,
wait, how dark is it, Hooper?
only one of the moons is out right now.
Oh,
Who
Just the
already
one that
said-
Someone should put their pants back on.
How dark is it?
It's not quite hitting low light yet. Almost.
Okay, Izux is probably inside then.
Okay.
I'll be outside because I can be human
Fuck you.
with my with my clothes reversed, so
You can be
it's friendly.
human.
Right, Brawley's outside watching clouds, thinking
Lisa's
about
gonna
how he's
be
gonna kill people.
in the cargo hold, just being as miserable as she is.
Shard is gonna be sharpening her sword, I guess, outside.
Okay. So, Izix, you're probably down below deck with Lisa?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to convince her of the benefits of having a spider. Oh, I didn't get to tell you, he saved me.
That's great.
No,
Is,
at the dragon fight.
will you make me a will save?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Oh no.
It's a 21.
The constant shifting of the boat, the rhythmic rocking that does so induce that inner sickness that you have thankfully been fighting back, somewhat thanks to the effects of these cautions. But as Izix is talking to you, his voice just gets more and more muffled, just zone out further and further. There's images of being on a boat, just like this one, but being bound at the ankles, at the wrists, being gagged around your mouth and lower face, looking around, seeing others in the same position as you, and hearing the laughter and the conversations of those above deck. Slave traders. That pain, that biting sensation of those shackles on your wrists just starts to ache. Though it may not be a real pain, even through the memory, it is causing discomfort. Izix, as you are sitting there talking and you see Lisa just start zoning out, there's just suddenly tears that are streaking down either side of her face.
I didn't mean to upset you. Spiders really aren't that bad. Hey. Hey. He'll like kind of gently like poke at her shoulder. Hey.
Does she come too? She's still there.
Yeah, I mean, just that slight interruption snaps you out of it, bringing you back to the present.
Oh, and she'll quickly wipe her face and do everything she can to pretend that didn't happen. Just it's bad memories. Just I truly don't like boats.
Do you want to talk about it?
There's little else to do, and it seems I'm going to dwell on it. Either way, um, when I was really little, I got taken from my family and kept in a cage far north. I've forgotten the name at this point. And well, eventually to Cadeau, sent someone up to buy me, and it was a very long and awful
boat ride that has just it's haunted my nightmares for a long time as just the beginning of the end, sort of my freedom and being my own person.
And we made this boat ride good enough that it will to remove, not remove, but like overshadow that bad memory.
With us going directly to Agorian, probably not so much. This is certainly no pleasure cruise.
I'm sure the crew could throw a mean party that might help you have better boat memory.
She'll give him sort of a sad smile and just, I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. Let's make it there. We'll make it there. It'll be fine at some point.
He'll just nod, and rather than going back and sitting where he was sitting, he'll scooch her tiny ass over so his fat ass can sit directly beside her. Just like arm around her shoulder. We'll get him. We'll get them all.
Oh, that much is certain. Not even death can keep me down, it seems.
For 2 of us. 3 of us? 4 of us? Fuck.
There's still time for the other two. That's right. You two better get to dying. Get brought back. You gotta be part of the real crew.
Part of the ship, part of the crew.
One of us. One of us.
Got my own problems, okay?
We'll jump to the third and final stretch, your boat journey down to Agorian. If we're going down the list, that means that Izix rolled a 7.
The Kraken.
It's just the apocalypse.
Rain hellfire.
Yeah, the last leg of the trip is uneventful. The winds pick up in your favor and actually gets you into Agorian, into the port, a little sooner than you had even initially planned.
For me.
Hooray!
With that, ship sliding into port, the captain out top, shouting for the dockmaster, calling for the documentation from the crew, all the trade permits, the manifest, which, of course, none of you officially belong on.
Yeah, we do. What are you talking about? Nothing but official over here.
Mm-hmm.
Just a couple of passengers.
Yep, just a couple of average, official, totally normal people.
One of the crew comes down and starts, or I mean, the entirety of the crew would come down and start grabbing cargo. One of them just looks over towards you all. If I were you, I'd give us a hand and as soon as you drop it off, maybe we just lose sight of you.
I was about to suggest that myself.
Isaac will pay him 2 gold.
Oh,
Give him some candy as well. He's good.
Of course. I mean, of course, Isaac has been feeding the crew candy this
Of
entire
course.
time.
Isaac, will you roll a d4 for me? For your candy supply?
No, no.
Yeah, 2 candies.
Ooh, not out yet.
Yet.
Yeah, just don't roll a 1.
No.
But yeah, of course, they'll thank you for, being so chatty with them on the journey and being such good passengers. And if they're ever back through, they look forward to smuggling you into another city. Thankfully, all of your disguises seem to hold up well enough. Raleigh seems to be the only one that maybe gets a second look, but even then, you all are passed over, ignored, drop whatever crates or cargo you brought up, even if it was just like a sack of something, and then you are off and free to explore Gorian.
I bring up like the one little grocery bag that has the lightest items, like bread and herbs, because that's all I can lift.
Sharn's like the MVP. She's like, "Oh, we're leaving now." She was like ready to just help him.
Yeah, Sharn starts going back towards the ship, like ready to grab more crates.
No, come on. Come on.
Oh, all right. I'm on my way.
Okay. So, you are in the city. You seem to be undetected for the moment. What's the plan?
For the moment.
Burn everything to the ground with a vengeance, Hooper. I will scorch my name into this godforsaken city. Where's my brother?
Charlie, stop! We need a place to rest.
Where is he?
Where's my
Run to the
brother?
ashes of the fallen city. It'll keep us warm.
First step, find bellflowers.
Okay. Whoever wants to take charge of this mission can make a society check.
Kira.
How's your society, Lisa?
Friend out?
Yeah,
Nah, who's
I-
got society?
I have it. I
+8.
It'll
Somehow.
probably be better if I do it, since this is technically my city anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've Kintargoed everything, and we're never gonna be in Kintargo. Don't worry about that. Hell yeah.
Lamb.
Yeah,
Very
plus 1
nice.
more intelligence. So.
Hell yeah.
Since this is your home and you have a slightly lower DC, that is actually a critical success.
Nice.
Yay!
I will assist
Um,
with the, what was it? Wait. I had something just to help out. I think it's this. Yeah. I can recognize members of my group, which is firebrands and similar.
Yeah. So, is there anything else that you wanted to accomplish while you're asking around for the bellflowers?
Not that I can think of.
What was that question?
Just because you rolled a critical success, if you wanted to dig up extra information while you're searching for the bellflowers, this would be your opportunity.
I feel like we want extra information from the bellflowers.
Oh, I
What
can't
happened with the
remember her
house,
name.
I guess?
God damn it!
Whose name?
Give me- Oh, let me look in the party tracker real quick.
Firmos?
Who are we talking about?
That's a
Or
good-
Rasala?
No,
her adoptive mom, who's now on her shit list, who is a Bellflower agent.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Her. I'll find the name eventually.
Okay.
So I look through 3 devices and 15,000 documents.
I mean, asking around for specifically that name does not seem to yield any results.
Zana.
That's it.
Lasagna?
That's the bit. No, Zana.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want any information other than how to kill House Regalis.
That's easy.
Oh!
Fire.
Yeah, from the Bellflowers. Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, from the Bellflowers, but like, what's going on with where are any slaves going on? Like, where are they being held in House Regalis?
It's all from the Bellflowers, though. I mean, we can
Yeah.
ask how our Broseph is doing. That helped us out the first time.
Yeah, Rosala. We can do that. Yeah. How's House Rosala doing?
Yeah, we don't
Um,
know.
Troubling times.
Duke Rasala has taken a leave of absence to go on vacation. The stress of, the Duke life, it gets you after a while, and sometimes you just need a nice, relaxing vacation.
True.
Did he actually take a vacation, or did he get murdered?
All of the information that you guys would come across would say that just went on vacation.
He's dead.
I mean,
We'll check in with him later.
he could have also, like, ran away versus vacation.
He's dead, Jim.
I
DM,
mean, that's what I
the
think
carpet
too.
is blue. Party, it's definitely red.
Oh, we're going back to color theory, are we?
Yes.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's about it.
Asking around to sources that you've spoken with before, individuals you know that were helpful to Duke Rasala, you're eventually pointed out one evening to a, like, off the main streets, kind of back alley meeting area where hopefully you are actually meeting with members of the Bellflowers.
Don't like how you said that.
I say hopefully because this is not a city that is typically kind to you all. It is a city of backstabbing and traitors, and you just have to kind of always expect that information you're getting, especially about a faction like the Bellflowers, you gotta take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
Nah, we're good.
But if there's any preparations any of you would like to do prior to this meeting, that would be your chance.
I prepared.
Darn can get like the rundown of what's happening. That'd be cool.
This is the main city in Chiliax, filled with many of the baddies. The group got here to compete in a certain event that grants a wish to the victor.
You're
We
die.
allied. We allied with one of the houses because we wanted to win. And ask of a wish while also infiltrate the same house we're trying to infiltrate now. We won the tournament, resulting unfortunately in Kira's death, but also resurrection later on. And then we tried to get some jobs from the house We were like, yeah, we're gonna help you. We helped them, I guess, but we also blew up their stronghold, and now we're wanted people. And now we're going back to the exact same stronghold, almost the exact same room we were in, where they're keeping the new people. But yeah, we freed a bunch of slaves that are connected to Lisa's backstory.
Hey,
But I didn't know were a part of my backstory.
Yeah, yeah.
This paper's full of surprises, though.
what? No.
People we yeah, we used our wish to save the folk.
Took my
Nice.
shit like an etch a sketch.
I mean, overall, you guys got out over 100 people.
Yeah.
Nice.
And I don't know if we can call it a person, but the creature that killed Kira, a modified human,
Wrath.
Wrath is what we're probably gonna face at some point in the future. Maybe now, you never know.
Brought him back to life too after
I brought
Brody
him back
smashed
to
his
life.
face in.
Yeah, yeah, but he's less human, and I'm more me. I'm more fashionable.
Yeah.
I have pessimism now, who hasn't
Ooh.
been really talking.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right.
It's a lot of
Sharn.
things happen.
Yeah, Sharn appreciates the
The rundown.
rundown. The rundown. Yeah. She's just gonna be like, all right, following the lead. Sounds good.
I imagine by
We're
this
gonna-
point, Sharn is just not even surprised. Like,
She's like, all right, another one died, I guess. She's
Yeah.
like, these people are very easy to kill. Good to know, just in case.
You're not.
some of them.
Yeah.
Two of them.
Not anymore. Not as easy.
Alright.
But yeah, this house we're infiltrating are known for their archers.
Yes.
No, that's
No,
Necropolis.
Narcopolis was for their archers. Virgilis is just straight up has armies
Mercenaries.
of mercenaries at their beck and call.
Yeah.
Although the rumor is they've been doing that less and less because of reasons.
They've been sending their mercenaries out on jobs less and less, meaning they're keeping them in.
Oh, I took it the wrong way. Got it. Understood.
So more meat shields to kill.
Yep.
Bad meat shields, so don't feel bad.
Alright. So I take that as no one has any preparations that they need to do.
No.
Yeah, we have no friends that are actually currently here because Rasal's on quote unquote vacation.
We could try and find the craftsman, dude, that made the action figures. I doubt he's still here.
Isn't he a
but-
traveling merchant?
Yeah, he was here for the arena
Yeah.
fights.
Yeah, I thought he might have, came back after a month.
Corio was his name.
Oreo, okay. Yeah, I think I have everything. I've scrolls.
We're good to go. Plan attack. Plan destroy.
Seek and destroy.
Yes.
Find the target.
Extraction.
In the late hours of the evening, the sun long since faded. We're all positioned up here in a very empty, very quiet alley.
Oh, I love being in dark, quiet alleys.
Really? I don't.
Leave it up to you
Oh.
guys if you're all just sitting here, if you are spread out, if anyone wants to be anywhere in particular.
Cares out and about.
Yeah, Broly's just sniffing about, trying to keep looking inconspicuous as he can.
So none of you are trying to hide or anything. You were just here.
Looking for the bellflowers, yes.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Insects will try and hide.
Okay. Go for it. Make a stealth check.
People, yeah.
Go get him, is it?
He's super stealthy, you guys. Super stealth.
Yep.
So stealthy.
Definitely just hiding like up in a little nook here in the alley, pressed like back against the wall, waiting.
He's behind a telephone pole.
I mean, anyone that just happens to walk by the alley probably won't see him, but anyone actually stepping into the alley would pretty clearly see the giant lizard man.
Yeah.
But eventually, after a couple hours being here, there is movement on either end of the alley. See small figures peer down, look at you all, and then from your left, they start headed your direction. Figures to your right stay there at the end of the alleyway. Go ahead.
Oh no.
Brawley obscures disappear into the shadows.
Make a stealth check.
Out of curiosity,
Mhm.
do I get anything from spirit sense within 60 feet?
No.
Okay. I just haven't used it yet, so that I figured I'd ask.
Raleigh full on just disappears.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Like Raleigh
Can I
was there 1 second, and then you look back and nothing.
Hell yeah.
Can I recognize if these are bellflower?
They are definitely bellflowers.
Okay, good. Kira gives them a wave.
The
as a
halfling
famous firebrand.
lowers their hood. Now just getting a good read on you all as they pull out a small lantern, light it, enough to give the alleyway just a little bit of light. So,
Hello.
what do you need?
We're infiltrating a certain house of sorts again, and there might be people inside. We know there's one for certain being stored inside, but there could be more. And we need somewhere we could place them, or just an entryway to the house. If you perhaps know something. What was the house again, Lisa?
House
Vergalis?
Vergalis. Yeah.
Vergalis? Yeah,
As
I'm
you hear
down
from the
with
shadows.
Vergalis.
Well, that's had to pick one that's gone on high alert for a while, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. But we're also high in confidence, so we'll put them in.
And the best I could do would probably be to get you into the estate, but once you're there, we've got very little information.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what exactly you're looking for, but whatever it is, I would get in and out fast. They got a small army garrison there, and as tough as you all look, I don't think you want to deal with them.
Okay.
They have an experimental facility below their place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard rumors of that, but none of us have really had any reason to go confirm it. But I guess this pretty much does that, huh?
I'd say so.
Yeah. We'll probably decommission it So, we'll see exactly what happens. But yeah, is there any easy way of us contacting you if we need a quick hide?
We'll have some agents keeping their eyes and ears open, watching the estate. Looks like you're in trouble. We'll do what we can.
Don't die for us.
Oh no, no. If it looks like you're in the middle of a firefight and getting slaughtered, um, we're probably not gonna throw any of our agents' lives away. No offense.
Mm. No, it's okay. We don't die that easily. She says, knowing in the city for
Jesus.
dying.
Probably stares from the shadows, gives you the look.
Just see these eyes in the dark.
I feel presence.
Sharn, by the way, has made no effort to hide. She's actually probably right behind Kira and Liza. Just to,
Yeah.
give that intimidating presence just in case.
As our party always has. It's every interaction. There's a giant lizard or a giant orc behind.
There's always a giant, yes.
Yep.
There's always a giant. We should be known as
She's a
the
big scary lady.
scary giants and not the caravan. But yeah. Your help getting into the state would be much appreciated. The rest, I think we handle, right? Yeah.
Well, don't thank me just yet. You're going through the sewers.
That's fine. Did we go through the sewers in this town already?
I don't think so.
I don't know. Know what you
I feel-
do.
I think so.
Oh, well, yeah, no, in the very beginning we might have, yeah.
Well,
think
to come to the boat.
Yeah.
The path to the
that was
boat was partially through the sewers, but was mostly through a carved out tunnel done by the
Is it-
Bellflowers.
different campaign, I think. Are the scums from a different campaign? I don't think we've seen scums in this group.
That was a different campaign, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. But yeah, it should be fine.
Well, wherever you're, where are you staying here in the town?
We just got here, so that's why I was asking for a place.
Yeah, okay. Got a few places that I can recommend. They're pretty good with our kind, with the secrecy. So your names and faces should be pretty good there.
Do we know what happened to the house that helped us last time? I forgot its name.
Sala?
Yeah, we heard they're on break. But
Yeah,
is a break or?
The Duke was under a lot of pressure from the other houses after. Well, you know what happened.
Yeah, we haven't.
Sorry, just had to cough up my
You
lung there
okay?
for a second.
Oh.
Coffee went down the wrong pipe.
Same.
But yeah, the Duke was under some political pressure and figured it was probably best to let things die down and blow over before, jumping back in the political ring.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good to know. Well then, I think we're ready. You can lead the way.
Well, we need some time. It's
Oh,
not, we don't have just agents, ready and waiting to dive into the sewers at any given moment.
What kind of
You should.
establishment is this?
There's no map, just
Someone's at the door, give me a second. God.
He'll pass over a card to you, Kira. It's the the insignia of like a very simple flower um, on top of like a tankard. It's the Violet Spring. They'll put you up for the night, shouldn't charge you anything. And first thing in the morning, we'll come by to pick you up and bring you through the lovely jaunt through the sewers. And hopefully not to your death. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. So time is good. Yes.
I mean, it does sound like you have the utmost faith in this.
Well, he kind of chose one of the most dangerous professions here in Cheliax, and unfortunately, seeing our comrades cut down in action is nothing new. But you go rest up, go do what you gotta do, and see you in the morning.
Yeah. We go there. Everyone, chop chop.
And she
Mush.
seems like she's telling the truth, like she's trustworthy
Make,
person.
make a perception check,
I'm great at this, you guys.
Oh,
which is of course blind GM.
Do you mind if I do too?
Go for it.
Lisa should be more paranoid than I make her. I just keep forgetting that that's how she's supposed to be.
Do I have to kill these people yet?
I don't know.
Uh,
We're about to find out.
No, everything that he seems to have said seems to be on the up and up. Um, he's very straightforward, very professional, and is really used to these like get immediately down to business, have meetings as short as possible, and then split.
Okay then. Do you people would have had to make it, right? So a map has to exist somewhere.
Map of the sewers? I can get you that, yeah.
Well, that and possibly their house, the underneath of their something.
Um, that I'll look into, but um, yeah, probably nothing there.
I can hope. Thank you.
Please, I did not hear you. I am sorry. Yes, they would provide a map.
It's all good.
All right. Unless you had anything else, the halfling will again hood up and depart from your little back alley of the city.
Good.
You have a tavern that you can stay in. It's one that Lisa would recognize as being on the lower end of things. It is definitely one of the smellier parts of town. It's not going to be an overly pleasant stay, but it is going to be free and should be safe. All right. So just headed that way then?
Yeah.
Hey, Brawley. Brawley.
Was not here.
He said he would be back in a second.
I'm back. I
Someone's
forgot to
door.
mute myself.
Oh.
I was like, I thought he was back.
Yeah, I was, and I muted myself. What's up?
How are you feeling about your brother?
I'm feeling good. I'm glad to get some information, and yeah, I'm just it's gonna be fine. We're gonna get him out, and it's nothing bad's gonna happen.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, of course, of course. How are you guys doing?
Are you planning on making stupid suicidal moves?
I plan on getting my brother out and getting him
Unanswered
safe.
question.
That answers my questions.
Will you get your brother out to the detriment of yourself?
I will do what needs to be done. Whatever that entails, yes.
I did not answer my question.
I think it does. I will get my brother out and get him safe. He's all I have left.
That is no longer true, but I think I understand the sentiment.
What do you mean it's no longer true?
I think
Well, go ahead.
I think Izix means that you have people that you are traveling with that care about you as well.
Oh, of course, of course. But he is the last of my bloodline, last of my family. I've been
Your
looking
family?
for him for almost 5 years now.
I am just saying, you aren't alone.
Work
Appreciate it.
together as a team and will succeed in anything.
I I wish I could believe that. I know it's going to be a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
We
We
also
killed the goddamn
Yes,
devourer together.
together.
With
we
some
also
inspirational music.
don't know what your brother has gone through, and if your brother is still your brother.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
Jesus determines what I say. Billy, can Brawley actually do magic?
Can Brawley himself do magic? Hell no.
Oh, well. Never
Brawley's
mind.
got items.
Do you have trick magic item?
No, I have a my relic, which lets me summon animal. I have a sword that's totally not a demon sword that I can cast charm with. And then I have a wall of wind from the wreath that Hoop and I altered. That's on my fistuses.
Yeah. None of
That's
our
it.
melee people can
Oh, then
kill.
I can do abundant step as a focus spell.
I was gonna let you
Monk stuff.
borrow a wand of fireball so you could burn it to the ground, but that won't work.
You know, I will let you do that for me though.
Yeah, Lisa will offer to burn it to the ground for you.
As
Once we're
much
done.
destruction as possible. If we can just put them into the ground, I think that would be the best for the world.
Agreed.
You would notice that Brawley is he is actively promoting the death of people now. This is a different circumstance, as he's usually tries not to kill anybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm fine. This is gonna be great.
So, the walk towards the violet spring, not a violent spring.
It will be soon.
It's not too far. You're probably looking at about a 5 or 6 minute walk. As you are having this conversation, the very quiet streets. Whereas in most cities, as you have been strolling around at night, there's usually people out and about, especially in the more populated cities. But right now, there's nothing. There are no people, there are no sounds. What very little light there is just coming from lanterns that are still dying and haven't quite fully died out yet.
Get set up.
Let's go with a dice roll as you. Brawley, as you're walking, still focusing on your brother and just the mission at hand, there is a series of voices that are whispering into your mind, just out of the darkness, just suddenly intruders into your psyche. You shouldn't have come back. None of you. Not that we don't appreciate the fun, but you shouldn't have come back.
Does this voice sound familiar?
It does not.
Narn's like, joke's on you, I've never been here.
Was this in everyone's head or just Brawley's?
Brawley.
Oh, JK.
Yeah, Brawler stops what he's doing, puts his hand on his head, and well, we're back. And who are you that claims to invade my mind? Who are you that invades my mind?
You were brought here to specifically watch out for you. You must feel special.
Well, I am special.
Oh, we know.
And who is we?
Raleigh, if you'd like, you can make a perception check.
Yeah. Where are these fucks? I will find you.
You just start scanning the streets around you, the rooftops. You're not seeing anything. The voice now hits all of the rest of you, as you have all seen Brawley just like talking to himself and then looking around. It's just taunts each of you with various insults and calling you stupid for returning, commenting how weak you are. Kira, specifically in your brain, you hear about how they're going to make sure you stay dead this time.
Oh, shit.
That's not very nice.
Wow, 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 wow. I belong to the darkness anyways. Fuck off.
And any of you like to do anything?
Find them and destroy them.
Do I send spirits now?
Can you link that for me? A feature?
Yes.
He's like a human thing.
Soul Sight?
Yep.
Yeah. No, it's Spellcaster, yeah.
Living. I mean, there's lots of living creatures around. If you'd like, you could also make a perception check.
You can detect spiritual essence as well.
Feel like Batman. Where are they?
There is a just wave of living energy that is kind of constantly around you here, just shifting as you've been walking. There seems to be that overbearing presence of demonic energy that condenses, especially in cities like this. Felt it in Cantargo, you felt it in Sonara, in Cantaria. It's just anywhere there's a collection of people, there's a collection of that demonic energy. And at the moment, you're just sensing it everywhere. Anyone else?
No, really, no. I could disturb knowledge him, but
Yeah, Sharon doesn't really have anything.
Can I use my Duskwalker lore to figure out, like, fuck?
The vibe that you're getting does not register these things as undead. Whatever this is.
Articler.
No, they're not spirits.
No. And in fact, Raleigh, with your sword and the promise you made, you are getting that burning desire, that feeling of that chain wrapped around your wrist, superheating, not being painful, but just being a reminder, giving you the sensation that you're probably dealing with some kind of fiendish energy.
Yes. It's the case. I'm gonna see them first. Brawley will kind of just take a stand and, well, we're here, so come deal with us as you were commanded to.
Oh, we will.
Is
And
who's gonna follow that up with a bitch?
before we jump to a battle map and get some initiative rolled,
Yes.
why don't we take a quick 10-minute break? Give everyone a
No, they
chance
must die
to
now.
stretch your legs, grab a drink, grab some more coffee, and we'll get back to it.
Always turn into Marisha. Fucking no, shit.
I've waited my entire life for this.
All right. So yeah, hang out, enjoy our BRB screen as we will BRB.
Humans.
All right.
No, he's like,
Welcome back. We nice, relaxed. We're all nice and calm. We got drinks. Break. Let us just take a breather. And now we get to jump into combat.
Right. I've been
That's
dreaming
cold
of this
today.
moment.
I'm cozied up. Good
You
cold,
blame no
cold.
one but
I'm
yourself.
cold.
You guys are welcome to reposition yourselves as long as you're within that little square of an area.
Squarea,
Did you
if
like
you will.
Where did we hear the voices coming from, or was it just like in our mind?
In your minds. In your mind palace.
Stay
In
close
your
to her.
head.
Get out of here. All right, you zombie. Yeah, I'm gonna obscure. No, wait. If I'm, no, I'm gonna obscure because I obscured for the Bellflowers, but not for these guys.
You will need to reroll your stealth check, and just a reminder on your ability is that if a creature relies on sight, and they don't have dark vision,
That's a fair point.
you are basically invisible to them. But if they have some other means of detecting you, they can still use that to detect.
You also have
Yeah, I
a
think my plain
+1
defense though is that Brawley doesn't know how they sense him. He's just using everything he can to
Yep.
not be sensed. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do that.
Then, actually, if you want to roll stealth, we can swap out your initiative for you.
I'll allow it.
I like my 31.
Stealth.
Just means I can be a big target sooner.
All right.
46.
Jumped up ahead of Kira, I think.
What?
Anyways,
Why 46?
He's got a 15.
Everyone gets a +1 as well from Brawly's thing, just in case it changes something.
it would not
Oh,
change
that's
anything.
right. My incredible initiative.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scouts 1.
Um,
That's what it is.
For those of you listening to the stream, let me know if the music's too loud. And I can turn it down. But with that, we will jump start of the encounter, which the voices actually get to go first.
Not for. Reveal yourself.
Yeah, your true colors.
Show me what you got.
All right. As you all are getting into these defensive positions, just scanning the streets around you, from an awning up above you, start to see barely the edge of movement. Like, right. Oh, my pinger. But the ping doesn't work anymore. No! Right there. Where my mouse is.
Got you.
Yeah, this one rolled super low too. Down here on this corner, there's also movement, as if some invisible creature were stalking there. And yeah, those two.
You said what? It was over here?
Yeah, one kind of on this awning, and then one over here on this rooftop. And then one, undetected, is going to jab out and try to make a grievous strike against Brawly.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where are they at? They're on top?
The blow comes from definitely above you on the rooftop.
My Hunter's Bane activates. You've activated my trap card.
Well, it has to hit you first.
Hit me and do it. You won't.
No balls.
Oh, make it public.
That
Bam!
just hits.
27.
Although,
Ow.
is this an arrow? No.
It is not. So you're using your talisman. So you
Yep.
now know the exact location, which is this bad boy right here. The spear still extended in your direction, just distorting the air with invisibility, but it is just outlined in your perfect hunter's vision. So does a spear attack, which is 18 points of piercing damage, plus 5 more from being a grievous strike.
Mm-hmm.
You are frightened 2,
No, I'm not.
as the sudden appearance of this thing just assaults your psyche and immediately triggers those fear responses. Plus, you were technically flat-footed from it, so it actually would have been 9, but it didn't matter. There's an extra 8 points of piercing damage from sneak attack.
Jesus Christ.
And the creature just laughs. It seems to be enjoying this moment of drawing blood from you. And even as it pulls back the spear, it just licks the tip, all the while just cackling in laughter.
Babua.
Baba Booey.
Other two don't exactly have great targets, so the actions are going to be to do something else. Lisa.
Right. So we see one. And there's two
Billy.
other-
Brawly sees one.
Okay. Well, in that case, what do I need to roll for my grimoire?
Right. So you need, I think it's a DC 6 flat check.
Oops.
You can roll it non-private.
Oh, it's not a 6.
It's a success. I should have this memorized by now. I believe we roll randomly amongst your 3 highest spell slots. So roll a d6. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. So it is a level 2 effect. Favorites. Magic. Hopefully it takes me right to the page because it's the last page I won. It did. Roll a d20 for me.
That was a 14.
4. Okay. As you start to call on your magics, ready to assault whatever these creatures are that are attacking you, you feel part of your magic siphon off. It takes a moment to get back that sensation of having ties to your own magic. And you look and you can see where that magic got siphoned off to, not far away. There is the shape of a creature starting to take form. Now I gotta look up spell. It was level 2.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll work. The shadow starts to take shape first at the face, as it extends into a long snout, and you can see the glimmering shine of rows of teeth as the mouth opens up into almost this devilish grin. But the rest of the body starts to take shape with jet black fur, eventually taking the shape of a massive wolf that has you directly in its sights.
So the Grimoire just summoned an enemy.
Yep. Number 4 is Magical Nemesis.
And I lost a 2nd level spell slot.
No, you still have it.
Okay.
Well, at least there's that.
That's good. Yeah, we're going to cast Mirror Image.
Nice dire wolf right there.
Yay. I love that for me.
I love it for you too. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. My computer just like randomly was like restart time. I was like, okay.
That's fun.
Forge is working on it.
Let's try. It's thinking.
It's trying really hard.
It's a chugging and lugging.
Looking.
Yeah. And I will apply that card to me. So I have a +1 AC. That's the end of it.
All right. Sharn, are you back, or do you need us to skip you?
I am here, but not on Foundry, but quick jump to the roof, use assurance to get the rest of the way there, and movement, whatever it takes. And then pick a spot to attack with her Kopesh, but I do not have Foundry up, because it's not working currently. That's what I would like to do.
Pretty equidistant from the southern rooftop or the eastern rooftop.
South.
Oh, a giant dire wolf right in front of you, too.
There is a giant dire wolf in front of you.
Oh, there is?
Yep.
Oh. Is it our friend?
No.
No.
Okay.
It
If it's not our
hates
friend,
me.
if it's not our friend, then and it specifically hates Liza, then I guess I can hit that guy instead. probably better.
Okay. If you want, you could sudden charge it.
Yeah, I'll do that because I get the extra D8
Yeah,
because
you
of the
do.
rhino stuff.
Go for it.
I can't because it's not up yet. But if you would like to roll for me, go for it.
Go for it in your imagination.
Yeah.
Mind's eye.
It's
Fish.
not bad day.
In our mind's eye, it's in that 20.
Well, it's a 28, which
Ooh,
is a
Yeah.
critical hit.
Nice.
It's a critical.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a
Jesus.
dire wolf. It's a wolf.
The wolves are scary and powerful.
Second level spell, man.
Oh, I think
Common
I rolled
new.
the wrong damage.
You rolled the wolf's damage.
Yep, sure did. There it is. For 30 points of damage.
Don't forget my D8.
Plus 2d8. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
38 points of damage.
Nice.
That ain't bad.
Oh,
Is
numbers.
that it?
Is
There's
that
numbers now. The
You-
foundry got updated.
You have a third action.
I'm gonna hit him again.
Alright.
Shocker.
Who would have guessed?
Oh.
Which is actually gonna miss with a 15.
It's gonna be a hero point.
Yeah, it is.
The dire wolf's getting out.
Oh, it somehow got worse.
Oh, it's okay.
Hey, can I use the points?
You can't re-roll a re-roll, unfortunately.
That's okay.
This is bullshit.
As a reaction, it is going to take a jaw attack against you for missing.
Oh.
It's a
Okay.
17 and is definitely going to miss.
Yeah.
That misses me.
Loser.
Brawly.
All right.
What a heckin' bad boy.
Action 1. What, bro? Action 1. Trader's Blade is out. How high is this roof?
Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. I did the...
What?
It should not have been a dire wolf. Hold on.
It's a demon
Oh.
wolf.
Okay,
Fine, it's a
yeah.
direwolf.
I was wondering, because, like, yeah, this thing should die in, like, 1 or 2 hits. Minor correction on my part. I apologize. Not a dire wolf.
What was it?
There we go. It's a cave bear.
It's a bear.
Which means your attack was a
Even
hit,
worse.
but not a crit. So I'm going to reroll your damage for you.
The heck.
Still 20 plus your d8. It's a d10. I know the difference.
Do you, though?
Still 26 points of damage.
12 less damage from a regular hit really isn't bad.
Yeah. Still pretty hurt. And it does not have the reaction to take a attack against you, so it's a good thing it missed. Anyways, Brawley.
Yeah.
Okay. Sword, how high is this roof?
Low enough you can definitely jump.
Wonderful. I would like to mark this demon in front of me that struck me as my prey.
Can you link that ability so I can drag it on over?
I mean, I guess.
Real good with its spear.
Where is it? It just gives me a +2, and then I can track it better.
Alright. Jumping up, I assume?
Yep. Action 1, jump.
Action 2, hunt prey.
Action 2, hunt prey. Action 3, flurry of death.
Yeah.
Get him.
Close my sheet.
Second boy.
The first time using my sword against something I wanted to. Let's go. Woo! Oh, I'm still blind. Fuck it. YOLO. Can I hit?
Roll him non-blind.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you want a natural 1 and a natural 2.
No. I'll take those though.
The 20 is
Oh,
going
wait.
to miss.
Is it a 22 though? Because it's a +2 with my prey.
22 is going to miss,
Damn.
but the natural 20,
Well, no,
of
it's
course,
the other
hits.
Let's go.
Get
48 points of damage.
Fear me.
I
The
am from the evil trait.
creature fully cackles even as you are just slamming your fist into it. I do need a reflex save from you,
I dodged.
as the blood that secretes even from the impact splashes out towards you. 21 is a failure.
Come at me.
Take 10 points of acid damage.
Jesus.
As you are just splattered with its dark, almost black blood that immediately starts to burn and sizzle on your skin.
Lick it. Show your dominance.
I will, but my only option now is to end my turn because those are my actions.
Alright. Yera.
Yeah. I can see one of them.
Yes, this one is now clearly visible, the one that Brawley's fighting.
I'll probably not use a random thing when the Brawley's next to him. Okay, let's do a recall knowledge. Why not? We
Yeah?
never do that stuff. Let's recall knowledge and see if we can figure something out.
Make a religion check.
Why is it fucking religion? Not a cultist. Okay.
Demon.
Hold on, let me make double sure.
I'm sure it has like different types of uses.
It is religion.
That's fine.
Yeah. What are 2 things that you would like to know?
2 things. Right.
Yep.
I
It's
would
either a
like
critical
to
success
know
or a critical failure.
weakness.
Weakness. This creature. Weakness. Cold iron and good.
Good.
I mean, there are sentient, but who uses these? Are they under some certain house, or are they just? Are they common? I don't know.
They are.
What they call me?
I mean, do you want to know what the creature is?
Sure. Yeah. What is the creature?
This is a blood demon. They are assassins, murderers, and sadists. Those with affinities for hiring the fiendish sort have definitely resorted to them as assassins throughout Chiliac's history. They take a special pleasure in murders. More grisly, more they like it.
Nasty.
Otherwise, I should add the bear to the tracker. Hey, and it goes last, so there was no worries.
Nice.
Positive is not the same as good. But Kira, you have 2 actions left.
I do have 2 actions. Do we know that there's more, or is it just an
You have
assumption?
seen movement of invisible creatures on 2 other rooftops.
I would like to seek to the one behind us, well,
Go for it.
next to us. I'll not use spellcasting.
Unfortunately, you're scanning the roof, but seeing nothing.
I should use spellcasting.
A natural 3.
Yay! Let's do inspire courage. Inspire heroics.
For it.
Attempt at inspire heroics. Performance. Oh, I don't know what was the roll.
It was a 28.
Can I be a +1 if I say I was dancing? Because I have the dancing thing.
Dancing Queen.
Yeah, I get a +1 bonus if I do a performance check and dance.
28 is enough for a success. That is a hard DC
Yeah.
for check for your life.
Eh, that's good. That's good. Reduce a focus point. I will post it for you so you can apply the success, not the critical success. So everyone gets a +2 on their attacks and sphere saves and damage.
Inspire +2. There you go.
Inspired the fucking blood demon as well.
What, you didn't want to inspire the blood demon?
No, not at all. I get them with
Please,
tiefling, but
please
I'm
no.
it's fiends.
Barley, at the end of your turn, you're feared by 1.
Woo!
All right.
Yeah, that's me.
Physics.
Go get him.
So we can see one demon.
Mhm.
We can't see the others, can we?
They are hidden.
Except for the one that Brawley is fighting, right?
Yeah, that one's very visible.
But that's
That's
very
very
much
good.
on a rooftop
Mhm.
that I can't get to. Have we even had any attacks from on the rooftops?
Nope.
Over
They
here? Nope.
did something else.
So I have no idea. I can't even get flanking because they're right on the edge, huh?
I mean, if you want to, like, just hang off the edge there, just growling menacingly.
That doesn't really help me none.
Not so much.
Burn everything.
I also don't want to run to the bear and leave these two fucking alone.
I mean, it's these 5. There's 3 copies of me.
These 5 alone. Do I feel like demon. Can I suss out?
Yeah, like perception check. That number. Stealth DC. Yeah. So you can bring it from reading the rules because perception is very iffy. Okay. Yeah, so you would bring it to hidden, which means you know the space it's in. It just has a DC 5 chance to dodge everything. It is in space right there.
Okay.
If you want to spend a second action, you can point it out to everyone, and it will become equally apparent to everyone else.
I will do that. So that's 2 actions then.
You have 1 left?
And so I know where it's at, right?
No, the space it is in.
Oh, but if I move, then I can't do anything else. Shit. I have a
If you
secret.
don't want to point it out, you'd have 2 actions to sudden charge.
Yeah, but I'd also like other people to be able to hit it too.
Okay.
But if you're in front of it, we'd know where it was, wouldn't we not?
The moment you hit it, it would lose its invisibility, as happened with the other one.
Assuming I can
Assuming.
hit it. Which
I believe.
I'm not, thanks. I appreciate it, but I'm not going to bake anything on that.
What you doing?
I'll rage.
You'll rage. Heck yeah.
Looky there, it works. Oh, minus my AC. Hold on.
Right.
There we go.
Sharn, you will get an attack of opportunity.
Yes. I will hit him so hard with stuff.
Go for it.
I clicked it. It's taking a second. Hang on.
That absolutely hits.
Yeah.
And is a crit.
Oh, hell yeah.
And...
Finish it.
Oh wait, I pressed the wrong one. I'm sorry.
Just double.
Ignore that. Ignore that. It's this one instead.
44 points of
I mean, it's
damage.
the same. Yeah, give or take, it's about the same.
It is severely hurt. Its body is leaking shadows.
Yeah.
But did a rush action to get to you, which means it gets to stride and then make an attack at the end of the stride. So, Lisa, do you roll before it attacks?
For
Mirror image? Any attack that would hit you has a random chance of hitting one of your images instead. Okay, so it has to roll to hit you first. The 31.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Is that a crit by chance?
No.
Okay.
Kind of sucker do you take me for?
Your
Don't
AC
know.
is on top of my head.
Get out.
So yeah, roll a d4, and on a 1, it managed to hit you. Anything else, and it hits. One of your illusions is destroyed. We'll go for a second attack.
Stupid bear.
For a 25.
No. My AC right now is 26 because of my card.
All right, then. The shadow bear tries to just sprint up to you. One of the claws almost connects, but there's just a flash from your deck that helps it deflect the blow.
Stupid bear.
This one is going to heal itself by making a strike against Sharn.
I just realized I have
Hey.
no melee attacks.
Oh no.
That's 24.
Oh, it's a miss, baby.
Unfortunate. It is... Do a second attack,
Oh.
which is absolutely gonna miss. And it had to move. Oh wait, I'm sorry. That would demonic blood would bring it up to a 25. Would that hit?
It meets.
They spent an action coating their weapons in demonic blood.
Oh. That's rude.
It is 19 points of piercing damage, plus the sneak attack. For 6 more for a total of 25.
Oh.
But its second attack
Okay.
still does miss. And its weapon is no longer coated. This one up here. This one does not have any desire to go down and join that fray. So instead, is just going to point out towards the three of you down there, all the while cackling and listing off some incantation. And then that entire area is just enveloped in pure magical darkness.
Oh, that's better than fireball.
The one against Brawley,
Invite me.
who are within its range and has no need to move. You are a tasty, tasty target. Let's try to
Run
bite
away.
you.
Because you fear me.
It's going to make a grievous bite against you.
Get off of this grievous. Oh, fuck you, Hooper.
Natural 20.
That's a crit. Like
I'm-
twice over.
Misfortune.
Oh, hey, that's a thing. That's right. Yeah.
Fine.
No, fine. Fuck you. We got hacks too.
28.
28 hits. Because I'll allow it.
Not a crit, however.
Goddamn right it's not.
18
I
points.
did my best.
I appreciate it.
Plus 12 more for being a grievous attack for a total of 30. And your
Guys, this fucking hurts.
frightened jumps right back up to frightened 2.
You're frightened too.
Do you need healing potions to live?
Nope.
And it's going to try
I
to
want
claw
to hear
you.
it from you, vampire.
27?
Yeah, because I'm frightened. It keeps fucking with me.
I want to take back my hero point.
Or
Let him
13
take the
points of claw damage.
Allow it.
That's its turn. Lisa.
All right. I don't like anything about where I'm at. However, this is magical darkness, so
Is.
I want to stealth. I want to sneak away from the bear.
Okay. You stepping? Are you trying to stealth?
That I would like to stealth.
Let me double check something. Okay. Before you waste the action, since you do have the tie to this creature and you've seen that it is made of pure shadow, you get the idea that it probably is not affected by the darkness spell the same way you are.
Awesome. Well,
It can see in magical darkness.
It is a creature of shadow, of course it can.
Yeah, of course.
magical darkness.
It is literally made of magical darkness.
I'm gonna stab it with a hero card.
Do it.
Do it, you won't.
Stab that bear.
It's gonna roll as a dagger.
That hits.
Mhm.
All right.
Oh,
Actually, it's
I'm-
a 30.
I'm so sorry, but you're in darkness. You can't see it. It's technically hidden from you. Will you make a flat check? Yep, no worries. You hit it.
All right. Is a 33 a crit? Because it's supposed to have a +1.
It is not.
Ah, piece of shit. So it is magical.
Mhm. Don't you have a striking rune on it?
No.
Oh, you can't put a striking rune on it, right? It can only be the potency rune.
Yep.
Yeah, 4 points of damage.
Yay. I'm gonna do it again.
Do it. Stab that bear. You're able to hit it? But not with the 15.
Aw.
Not with a 15. You fuck.
You know what? I'll risk it for the biscuit. Whee!
Just turn and sprint away from this stupid bear,
Yeah.
breaking out
I
of the
guess I wouldn't-
darkness.
Wouldn't exactly know where those two are, so I'll just.
Just run north.
Yes.
It takes no attack against you.
Fantastic. That also makes me sad that I could have used magic.
Jarn. You can see
It's-
the hindquarters of the bear sticking out of the magical darkness.
Oh,
Sharn, kill it.
wonderful.
Kill it, Sharn. Sharn, kill it. Please, kill it. Kill it! I don't like the bear.
I can imagine Liza just like being like, "Kill it, just do it," from inside. So Sharn, of course, is gonna do a sudden stride or sudden charge. You know what I'm talking about.
Yep. Go for it.
Nice.
That absolutely hits.
Okay, and I get an extra what, 2d8 or 1d8?
It's 1d8 doubled, so
1d8.
2d8.
Okay.
Oh no, not a crit, sorry. It's 1d8.
Okay, hang on, then let me just roll one.
5. So that
Nice.
is 27 points of damage. As you just sprint up, drive the Kopesh into this shadow bear. It immediately dissipates around your blade.
Nice. Well, it took 2 actions to do. For my third action, I will raise my shield.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Raleigh.
All right. Let's do action 1, drink potion of totally don't need this health potion right now.
Go for it.
Drink this
Ding.
potion of Lisa can't see me.
Oh, wait, I didn't need to roll that twice.
Take
You know what?
25.
Fuck it. Yeah, I'll do 2 health potions.
So, as you drink the first one, and your
Oh, God.
wounds start to close up from the damage it had done, its cackle shifts into a scream of pain, and it just starts calling out, "No, my lovely wounds! Bleed! Bleed more!"
And upon
Um,
hearing that, I drink the second one.
When you healed, it actually takes 12 points of mental damage.
Nice.
Hey, I'm outside of the magical darkness. I see this shit.
You see nothing. I am a master of stealth.
You do. You see that healing
Damn it.
wounds that this thing does causes it mental damage.
And then I'll do the second healing potion for more heals, because I need it.
That mental damage does seem to be only once per turn.
Fine, Hooper. Ruin my fun. I still need the health, though. Yeah, and then we do a flurry of blows.
Sorry, once per round, not per turn.
Wah.
The 33 absolutely hits. The 16 does not.
Damn.
Of damage.
That is the 1d6. There's 1d6 fire damage, if that does anything for you.
It's not. No, it just takes it. Normal.
Wonderful. That makes me happy. Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Is it dead yet?
No. It does look pretty pissed, though. You're up.
No, it needs to be dead.
Kira.
Get out.
Get out of this fucking darkness. I cannot see shit.
Get out of here.
I go there, and
Walking
everyone
here.
loses their shit. You can right click it on top right of your screen now to remove
Yeah.
it.
Everyone, make sure you remove your Inspire Heroics.
So I move. I'm out. I can see this one at the bottom.
Yep, you can see both of them.
It's not. I don't know. It's 35 feet. Ah. Wait, that was here. Oh, 5 feet. Yes.
Lisa, move your Inspire Heroics.
I mean, it doesn't add bonuses. It's just on the buffs. Yeah, let's give it a try. Why not? It wouldn't be fun if I got it and I don't use it. We're gonna
Yeah.
use the Rod of Wonder.
Roll a D100.
I think I can roll off it. Or you can roll.
I absolutely did. Okay.
It has everything prepared onto it.
That's a fireball.
That's why I didn't want to use it until one next to Broly. I was like, I have a feeling it's gonna shoot a fireball.
I believe that's a
Why
reflex
did
save.
I draw?
It's the lowest fireball.
Oh, I may have had you clicked.
It's the lowest level of the spell. So
It's a reflex save.
at 27 DC basic reflex save.
That's a failure.
I doubt fire's gonna do much, but yeah, 66 fire damage.
6d6 fire damage.
Oh, 66. That's the lowest level of fireball. That's all 3.
25 points of fire damage as that corner just suddenly bursts into light. The flames just lick around the building, around the stone, and actually start to catch the wood on fire a little bit before dying off quickly.
I can use it in an hour.
But it seemed to take the full 25 points of damage.
Good. That's my turn. Hey, it's 60 feet. I didn't have to be in London 30. That's good
Physics.
to know.
Physics can't see shit. But I didn't know about where it was.
Mm-hmm.
What do I need to do to figure out if I can find it?
One action will get you there, and then it's just a DC 5 flat check. Hit it. Sorry, it's a DC 10 because it's in the magical darkness.
What if I go? Come on, motherfucker. There.
It is still in the darkness. You would have to shove it out of the dark.
Okay.
But at least there, you can kind of see the rest of the battle. Nope, you couldn't even see the rest of the battlefield.
Nope. I won't even move that far because now it's still. Well, I mean, it probably has magical darkness. What the fuck do I know? Well, I mean, in which case, I might as well do a sudden charge.
Yeah. Well, your flat check. Ooh, it hovered on that 5 for so long. But yeah, I can absolutely hit it. Maybe. Yep. That's a crit. This is gonna hurt. For 62 points of damage.
Let's go.
Plus my new Rhino 1d8.
Was 2d8 from your rhino hide.
Oh, because I crit.
Is it crit?
Sheebus.
So 76 points of damage.
Boom.
And you can move it 5 feet in any direction.
Throw him off.
I don't know if that'll do him any good. Yeah, I'll throw him in the not darkness.
Okay. You have an action left.
Yes. Yeah, we're gonna attempt that again.
Go for it. Flat check.
Oops. Well, that probably doesn't hit. So.
Yeah, either that would fail the flat check or the attack would miss.
Yeah.
But still, 76 points of damage in one attack.
I'll take it.
Alright. It is their turn. I need to look if darkness is...
Station or not?
Yeah, it is not. It just lasts a minute. Cool. So the one that you hit wants absolutely nothing to do with you. And is absolutely going to
Hey.
just GTFO.
Dude, you don't get to run away from me.
Um... you want to make... We can either call that your flat check for trying to hit it, or you can roll a flat check.
What? It's not in the darkness.
You are.
Oh.
Can't see shit.
But, oh, fine. Up.
Yeah, you can absolutely hit it. 28 does. For 29 more points of damage. Holy crap, it is hurt. Wow.
Get back here, motherfucker.
It is going to run that direction and is going to hide. Cause screw this.
Get information out of these things.
They're weak to good and cold iron.
What? I said, do you think we can get information out of these things?
Oh, I thought you said, do we get information about these things?
Oh, close enough.
One's gonna move up and go take a hot stab at the tiefling that just tried to burn it to death. Yeah, it's gonna make it a grievous strike. For a 21.
Nope.
Rolled a natural 2 on that. Cool.
You better, because it hits on enemy high.
That's its 3 actions done. This one up on Brawley does not appreciate that you cured all those wounds. Is going to make a grievous bite against you. $28. Brawley? Bueller?
Sorry, yeah, we're good. Yep, it hits.
For 19 points of damage. And
I will
5
allow
more.
it.
Total of 24. Not great. Could be better. Better than is then going to try to it's not that severely hurt. I'm gonna try to claw you. We're only a 19. Nope.
Miss, suck it, nerd.
But that's them. So Lisa.
So good.
As far as your line of sight goes, you can see Brawley. That's pretty much it. You can see everyone but Sharn.
Fine. I'm gonna shoot the one. Well, this is going to be interesting, and I don't know if I really want to do this. But fuck it, we're gonna learn today, folks. Cast Call the Blood in between on the one in between Kira and Sharn.
Okay.
So that's a Fortitude saving throw.
27. It still takes half.
It beat it by 1.
So it takes 8 points of damage. The blood flows from the creature to your mouth.
Ooh.
You gain temp HP equal to half the damage dealt. So you gain 4 temp HP.
Yep.
And you are quickened. It's an interesting taste for sure. It tastes a lot like ash and sulfur,
Ooh.
but it's that craving just a little. Satisfies that need. Tad.
Tastes like burnt brisket.
Like you just took a mouthful of a charcoal pit.
Delightful.
Yummy.
Yeah.
You could also forego those 4 temp HP and be quickened for a full minute.
Yeah, let's do that.
You didn't want to use your quickened action?
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot I got it immediately.
Mm-hmm.
So I get a card, tapestry. I don't think I have to see him. Oh, but he's
In order to target a creature, you have to.
fine. Brawley, you get +1 to saves.
Oh,
Heck yeah.
Enjoy that with your health potions, you silly little zombie.
Isaac, sorry, taking a step back. Would you roll a reflex save for both of the attacks that you did?
Sure.
The success from that one. And a success from that one. Big payoff.
What?
You take 1 point of acid damage from the first attack and 1 from the second one. As both of your scythe attacks, as they cut into this creature, just splash acidic blood over you.
Yeah, whatever. 10 hit points. Get off me.
2 whole points of damage, which is totally negated. Jarn, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, Brawley, you hit this thing again. Reflex save, please.
that's the +1 then because I did this before I got buffed.
Uh-oh.
Well, I'm gonna. That never happened because that's a hero point there, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, never mind. It happened
Whoa.
again. I lied.
Oh, Brawley!
What are the chances?
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
Brawley's chances. It's okay. I'll
Well,
allow it.
you take 7 points of acid damage, and as your fist impacted that creature, it just fully...
My sword.
Your sword
Yeah.
fully got enveloped by the acid and is broken.
My sword's broken.
Your sword is broken. It is so
Hey.
corroded by the acid that you can no longer feel that connection to it.
Hey, Billy.
Yeah.
You should use that temple sword.
That's what I've been using.
How could a magical demon sword?
That's what I'm saying.
Magic items don't have, like,
Doesn't Microfish
immunity in
have
this world.
poison damage?
Well, okay.
What heresy is this?
There
This is
goes my deal, mister. I'm gonna give you all this power. Fuck you, sword. You're useless. Back to fists.
Hey, you always knew weapons were useless, Brawley. This just confirmed
Yeah,
it.
but I spent so much time and like, oh, it's gonna be a great idea, and then it just breaks.
You can repair it, it's just
It's useless now, Hooper.
you gave
It's
it
a
an
broken
acid
weapon.
bath and are
You know
like,
what hasn't broken, Hooper?
How
My
dare you.
fists.
anyways,
What if those break?
Never
What
break.
do? Do you cut them off?
darn.
Never.
I'm going right here.
Kill it. Kill it with fire.
And this one by Brawley is more hurt, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hit him then.
It's also
With my
on a
Kopesh.
rooftop.
Oh, I'm gonna not do that. I'm gonna hit the one on the ground.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll use Intimidating Strike.
Well, that absolutely hits. I believe gives it frightened 1.
Yeah.
And you probably didn't apply your war paint, did you?
No, it's okay.
Of course you did.
But yeah, roll your damage.
Is it just regular?
Just regular.
Okay.
13 points of damage.
Yeah. I'm gonna hit him again.
Do it. Oh, sorry, reflex save.
Maybe. You might not want me to. Please roll. There we go. I didn't mean for it to roll twice. Take
That's
the
fine.
first one.
That 30 absolutely hits. And you can roll 2 reflex saves.
Okay.
For another 13. Nice.
Mm-hmm. I feel like I have something for reflex saves. Hang on.
She sounds asleep.
I'm not. I'm just staying down.
You're grooving. You're grooving. I get it. You're fine.
If I have the shield block reaction, which I do I have to have my shield raised to do the shield block reaction? I feel like I do.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, I'll just do the regular reflex saves then.
Go for it.
Boop. Roll.
That's a
And boop.
failure from the first one.
Roll.
A success from the second one.
Okay.
So from the first one, you are taking 9 points of acid damage, and from the second
Ow.
one, 1 point of acid damage.
Ow. That
No.
hurts so bad. I'm dying.
Oh no, I'm only down to 100 health remaining.
Oh no.
Raleigh!
That laugh says it all.
Yeah, seeing as my sword's broken, I'm gonna toss it to the side because fuck that, useless. And then I'm gonna go action wolf stance, and then action 2 wolf drag.
Go for it.
You need a deal. Can you toss it aside? I'm curious.
It's just dangling now from your wrist.
I tossed it. Wolf drag. Hoo-ha! Oh wait, it's supposed to be with the wolf drag. Is it 29? Does that hit?
Absolutely hits.
Well, let's go. Oh, is it flat-footed with me? No.
No.
Well, it's about to be.
I mean, if you want to take a step to the left, it technically would be.
Nope, because now it's knocked prone.
100%. And I need a reflex save.
You're a reflex save, Hooper.
Am a reflex save.
That's a 32, sir.
Well, that's an absolute success.
I'm a reflex save.
Which means I'm sure you're going to take 1 point of acid damage. Oh, no, 5. 5 points of acid damage.
You would roll high, Hooper. You would. That was 3 actions.
Alright. Ira.
Oh, it's me. Hi.
In
Yeah,
fact, since you
have
knocked
this
it prone up there, I will give you the option, if you want to also shove it off the roof.
Yes, please. What do
Uh,
you need from athletics?
That way or that way?
Right there.
Perfect.
Yeah, right in front of Sean.
It just lands with a thud. And takes 2 points of fall damage.
Is it dead?
Yeah.
It's severely hurt, though.
Good. Needs to die.
We're like wasting spells, don't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Only when they're good, wasteful.
Yeah. Fire, acid, electricity, poison. Yeah. I thought the chromatic ray had the cold option, but I guess not. Anyone looking bad? How you doing, Raleigh?
I'm looking a little worse for wear. I'm 47 out of 118.
There's a new round, right? So if I healed him, it would damage the bitch that just fell.
I don't think Kira saw that.
Jan, yes, but Kira would have no idea.
Yeah.
But Brawley is looking a little beat up.
I forgot about the fucking darkness. Nah, I'm just gonna blast it.
Go for it.
Just gonna blast it. Force does not deal more damage to it, sadly. Yeah, I'll just chromatic. I'll true strike, chromatic ray, the one with less health, more health. So this one.
Yeah. Go for it.
So it has fortune. 13 or 35.
Because of Sharn's frightened, that is a crit.
Yay!
So he only
Sean.
deals, double damage or whatever I roll here. Of course, it has to be poison when it's fucking damage.
I'm so talented.
So it's 50 poison damage.
50. Okay.
And the target must succeed a fortitude save or be enfeebled 1 for 1 minute. Or no, enfeebled 2 for 1 minute.
Ain't nothing like overkill.
Okay.
34.
It could have been 100 damage if it rolled fucking electricity, but now it has to be poison where it's fucking 25. Okay, 50 damage and that's my turn.
Yeah.
You sound so unimpressed by that.
What does your
Yeah,
poison
I'll
ray
open the
do? What does it look like?
Chromatic ray is weird. It summons like a prism of sorts, which I spin like a wheel of fortune with a smile on my face, adding fortune to it. Aim at its face and then just fucking release the green goo.
Just a
that
disco ball of
enfeebles
color.
Yeah, pretty
focuses the green ray and just burns away a majority of its like leathery hide in very potent poison.
Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
Okay, Izix.
I'm so glad he's supposed to see that. All right. Where'd it go? Where'd it go, Hooper?
Are you striding out of the darkness?
Yeah. Where'd it go? Can I follow its
Judging.
fucking blood splurts?
Sure.
It's acid blood trail.
Right there.
Oh.
Can I get to it with sudden charge?
What's your movement speed?
25?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We will sudden charge that, because if not, I was gonna shadow. Alright. Nope, I'm not accepting that. 0 point.
That's a crit. And I don't even need you to roll. I know you kill it.
Now I want to roll. Don't take it away from me, Hooper.
Don't take it away from us, Hooper.
57 this time. How would you like to kill it? As you solo this one. Damn barbarians.
I forgot that I maybe wanted to try and get information out of it. Oh well. I'm
Cut
gonna
it in
take
half.
its head. Yeah, I'm just gonna take its head off and then be like, oh wait!
The body immediately turns to ash as soon as the blade cuts through the neck. The head, still laughing maniacally, slowly dying off as its voice is just cut out. Even as the head, also like Thanos style, just breaks apart into nothing, that laughter lingers for just a few moments longer.
Stop on the ashes. Laugh at me.
Yeah, no big deal. Izix just soloed a 150 HP enemy in 2 turns.
What happens when you crit?
What happens when I
Twice.
actually hit it?
Yeah. This one down here that is frightened is going to make a grievous bite into Sharn.
Hey.
The 28.
Yeah, that hits.
21 points of piercing damage.
Oh
Grievous
no.
makes it 29 total.
Mm.
You are frightened too.
What? I'm not scared of anything.
Its last action is going to be to GTFO, which provokes an attack of opportunity.
Sure does. Bitch.
Said, bitch. Not with
Rude.
a-
I
not
want to
with a
hero
three.
point it. I'm hero pointing because he's a bitch. See?
Oh,
Much better.
it danced on that one for so long.
Mm-hmm.
Because it loses frightened at the end of its turn, that is a crit.
Good.
34 is not enough to bring it down.
Oh, rude.
Wait, but it was a crit, so she gets her plus the 2d8.
No, that's
only
only
on
with
sudden
the
charge.
sudden charge.
Oh, damn.
Sorry.
I tried.
I
This
know.
one is going to take an action to stand up,
Oh, sure.
an action to maniacally laugh at the frightened Sharn.
Ah, I'm so scared.
Also going to
Bitch.
try to bite you.
Yeah, that hits.
32. 19 points of damage plus 7, so total of 26. And
Okay,
then
suddenly
also,
Sharn is not looking as good.
also GTFO. Lisa.
I don't see any threats.
Not from there. You have a quickened stride, though.
Everyone's in my way.
Just go stand in the darkness.
Yeah, let's go stand in the darkness.
Fuck it. I'll battle medicine Sharn.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, you would.
I mean, like, I still have 30 HP. But...
What is it for a DC 30?
Well.
I think that's a thing. Battle medicine. Higher DCs. Treat wounds. A DC 30 hit points regained by 30. If you're master, which I am.
Yep, so, yeah, go for that C30.
That was a 17
Hmm.
hero point. I'm not. No.
Hey.
There you go.
And I get an extra 5 points because I have Godless Healing.
So,
So that the guy's dead.
it's 4d8 plus 30.
Plus 5.
Plus 35.
That's 55 points of healing.
Thanks.
Okay.
Guys, I'm doing, like, so good.
Good shit. Good
You want to
shit.
roll?
One action.
Well, you want to roll 4d6 for mental damage for the first one?
Sure.
Because they both attacked Sharon and you healed both of their damages. So the top one takes 15, and then 46 for the bottom one. And 12 for that one. It's frightened is gone.
Hmm.
And
What card did we get? We got the Traveler.
the bottom one, as you heal Sharon, just quickly patching up wounds, you just hear a scream from around the corner. That is enough to end it.
Killed it with heals.
You sure did.
That's silly.
It is called Mercy Vulnerability.
Hey, Sharon.
Hey.
Enjoy a free step.
A what?
A free step.
Step?
So you can take a
If you-
5-foot step for free on your turn,
Oh. Okay.
which I believe it is your turn.
Yep.
I move my 5-foot step, and then I sudden charge.
Just a casual jaunt, and then I charge.
Suspicious of nothing.
That hits.
Oh, good. Let me add that D8 real quickie. Boop.
So
Okay.
total of 24.
Yeah.
It's severely hurt, but not dead.
Mhm.
And I
Oh,
need you to
don't
make
worry.
a reflex save, please.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Don't critically fail. That's a
Okay.
failure, but not a critical failure.
That's fine.
So you take... Oh, no, sorry, ignore that. You take 10 points of acid damage.
I'm gonna hit him again.
Do it. 21
hit?
misses.
I didn't think it would. Okay. That's it.
Raleigh.
Okay.
Do I need to do another reflex save?
Nope, you missed.
Oh, okay.
All right. I can still see it. Action one.
From where you are, you actually can't.
Oh yeah, Hooper.
Mm-hmm.
You want to test me?
Yeah.
All right, fine.
He would have heard the scream though of one of them, right?
No. I saw. I know that they're leaving, and then I saw Sean dip out into the alleyway.
Fair enough.
Action one, abundant step. I step 40 feet in a direction of my choosing. Yeah! Teleport. Boop. Actually, wait. That was what? That was, I can go 40 feet to here, right?
You could absolutely get flanking.
Let's do that.
Just
Yeah.
blink out of existence, and then from the shadows steps a very angry monk.
That's right. Does it count? Whatever. And then, action 2, hunt prey.
Okay.
Action 3, flurry of blows.
That monk action economy.
I know, it's just so great. Hoo-ha!
Must be nice.
Only when I roll well.
That hits because you're
There we
flanking.
go.
And that also hits just because it hits.
Let's go. Where'd it go? There it is. Damage.
2 reflex saves from you.
Damage. But I'm not doing slashing damage.
It's just anytime it gets
I'm
hit,
not doing it.
I need you to burn away your hand wraps.
Oh, that was almost a 1.
One more. Destroy those hand wraps.
No!
Well, from the first one, take 3 points of
I will-
acid.
I will hero point the last saving throw.
You would.
Friends support me.
I have to find it, but I have it.
wasn't gonna do it. You health potion drinking motherfucker.
know what you were talking about.
Yep. So go ahead and re-roll that reflex save.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So 3 acid damage from the first one and 4 from the second, and your hand wraps are not broken.
Right. Don't touch my hand wraps.
But
Thank you, Isaac.
both of those hit for a total of 29 points of damage. How would you like to kill?
I just beat the ever living shit out of it.
Just Sharn is just backing this thing up down the street with her Kopesh. You just appear behind it, just a shadow in the night, and then 2 quick strikes, dead center into this thing's back. Bones snap under each hit, and it just, in a broken pile of demon, still cackling even as it's coughing up blood, its body just breaks apart into ash.
Well, I needed that. How's everybody?
Fine.
Yeah, gives a thumbs up as she looks at the rod in her hands.
Cast a very opportune.
No, we totally didn't do like a firework kind. We're here kind of deal. We're fine. They already knew, so
Did manage to keep any of them from escaping.
So hopefully no one knows, other than they're gone.
Hopefully.
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 So, now what? What you doing?
we're going to the place that they told us to.
Violet
Yeah.
Springs?
We're going to go to our hideout.
The inn itself is just a very shady looking place. Like, the door to get even in is like, it's a side entrance to another building, and you have to take stairs down to get to the front door.
Mm-hmm.
But once inside, you are given your free rooms. We're given meals for the evening. Are anyone staying up to take watches, or are you comfortable enough in the inn?
You, sir,
Just watch.
doubt us?
Let's see how comfortable. Oh, I'm not comfortable. Again, great, good start, good start.
Kira, I need you to choose someone else.
Ah! I
be
don't
done?
want to
If you
choose.
don't-
You don't.
We'll roll a d4. We can roll a d4.
Roll a d4.
So, Lisa's 1, Sharn is 2, Brawley's 3, Isaac is 4.
It's not my fault. It's Hooper's.
3.
It's Hoopers.
Brawley, you also do not get a good night's rest.
Because I'm angry. I'm just so angry.
It's fine. They
There
said that in
are-
the days anyways.
Flashes of weird visions of another plane, of a looming creature, not just in darkness, but made of darkness. Like the bear you had just fought, but infinitely bigger, infinitely more oppressive, and infinitely more dangerous.
No, it doesn't exist. It's fine.
So,
A big bear.
yeah, both Kira and Brawley, neither of you get a long night's rest.
Who needs
my
sleep?
God.
Right?
I do. Probably need sleep.
Which means that I need both of you to make a, fortitude save.
Oh, God.
It was better you than me
I
because
was thinking if it was will, but
I need my spells.
Oh. All right.
I'm
Well,
used to
here's,
this.
here's good.
fortunately you both succeed, if just barely. so neither of
Oh,
you
each
are
is one.
exhausted for the.
Exhausted.
Woo!
Isn't fatigue good enough for
Fatigue,
anything?
sorry. I meant fatigue.
Okay, thank God. We shared it together.
The
Yes,
rest of you, with your staggered watches, nothing happens. Your night is uneventful and you're mostly able to get your long rest.
Yay.
Mostly.
I'm sure Brawley won't question it.
Ooh. Definitely gonna wonder why nightmares that aren't his keeping him awake all night.
Ba, 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 da,
You're
ba.
often Kira.
Oh, no, that's not what I meant to play. Is that it? I should name these better.
Macarena.
Brawley, anything you'd like to do in the morning?
Is my sword still broken?
Yes, you will unfortunately
Yeah.
have to get it repaired.
Um,
That'll work.
yeah, Brawley is now disappointed that he went through all the trouble to make a deal with the demon, and the demon wasn't able to hold up on the other end. Or at least
It-
that's how he feels.
It's fault you broke the sword.
It is 100% its fault. It's a demon sword. And it got broken by a small, lesser demon. In Brawley's mind, if it can't withstand a demon like that, how is it going to help him fight off the Baylor Lord? So he's not happy. He's sulking a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot.
Anyone else? But I'll probably notice both Kira and Brawley are not doing so good this morning.
Looks like the darkness is spreading.
Brawley, did you eat a bad pie?
No. Made a bad deal.
Is it because you broke your sword?
Yeah. You guys didn't know this sword is a special sword. And I was hoping it'd be able to help me out and get some extra power to fight some demons, but apparently it can't even hold up against a small demon. So now I'm back to square one.
Just get it fixed. Reinforce it.
Well, that's not the point. I guess you would have to been there to understand, but this is the sentient sword.
So you broke a living creature, so you killed the sword.
I don't know what happened, but it's broken, and yeah, I just thought it'd be stronger.
Well, have you tried getting it fixed?
No, but that's it's the principle of the thing. If a small demon can do that to a sword, how is this sword going to help me defeat stronger demons?
Oh,
Maybe
yes. Sword is just a sword. It's metal. Metal can be broken by a number of things.
This is true, but this is demon metal. It's different.
Is it?
Brawley,
From
do
my
you
understanding,
know
yes.
how many times my sword has been reforged?
Is your sword sentient and has a demon living inside of it?
Brother,
No.
why did you make a deal with the demon?
Because I need to kill a demon. All right.
Why would
I
the
fire
demon
with
help
fire.
the demon?
Did not make a deal with the demon.
I made a deal with the demon. Brawley thinks it's a demon.
Just drink more health potions. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you drink your oil, you fuck.
I don't have to drink it.
That's right. You just gotta suck blood because you're a vampire.
I was gonna say I just have to splash a little bit on my face, and I'm right as rain.
Weirdo.
Ha ha ha.
Ah!
Probably, I've often been told that if I want my weapon to be stronger, I myself must get stronger. Perhaps it is not the
That's the whole
sword.
point.
Perhaps it was not the sword that was weak in that instance.
Oh,
But I didn't
shit.
go down. The sword did.
I think Brawl is fine with his fists. We can kill this demon and just go off.
Isaac will just kind of give a little shrug.
I think what Isix is trying to say is that maybe it was your resolve wasn't strong enough to keep the sword intact.
I don't feel that at all, because I was just fine in this fight. I kept going. I not only did that, but I also killed the other demon with my bare hands. I just thought the sword would help me out more. It's like if your scythe were to just break on you. Isaac, how would you feel?
Like I failed my scythe.
Well, I guess we're both different types of warriors then. My sword failed me.
I have also had to get stronger in order to.
I have gotten stronger.
To let me finish my sentence. In order to even be able to wield the scythe. That is why I say perhaps it is not a sword, but a sword and wielder. Sort
You
of
guys are thinking about it too much.
mix.
How long have you had this sword, Brawley?
Oh gosh. A while at least, yeah.
How long is a while?
It's
Hooper. How long has it been? At least a couple months at least.
yeah,
Like half
Alright.
a year.
3-4 months.
Yeah.
Well, that is not enough time to really get acquainted with a sword. It will take time, just
But I
like
even-
it has taken time with my own.
But I trained. I learned a lot. I even sought out
You did what?
masters. Sought out masters.
Stuffed out masters.
Shut up, you vampire. You're the only one who sucks here.
Oh.
Not for free and not for you.
It's okay, I got gold. Alright, yeah,
Sometimes you
I
train
was
and you find that you still have to train more to surpass new barriers that form.
Oh no, 100%. And I admit that I'm not up to the task of defeating a Baylor Lord yet, but it's like when you go to the shop and you purchase something, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, no, this is gonna be great. This is exactly what's gonna happen," and then you use the item that you just purchased, and it doesn't do what it was promised to do.
It did until you broke it.
It wasn't though. It broke itself.
It's
Due
a
to
shit.
small lesser demons, little magic bullshit.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying is that I'm
yeah.
disappointed and I'm not happy about what had happened.
Well, then maybe you should speak with your demon.
I can't. It's broken.
Have you tried?
No, because it's broken.
Perhaps you should try anyways.
Look, I'll prove to you right now it's broken. And he'll kind of just hold up the broken sword and be like, "Look, come out. Look, see. Can he even say anything? Is he there? Hello? Knock, knock.
You're opening your mind up to the blade.
Yeah.
It is a fragmented psyche that you feel. Unlike last time where it was this overwhelming force. But there is still a connection there. Saying anything to it or just opening your mind up?
I gave him the invitation to come talk.
Get back very, very few words. And
Is he
even the
broken?
words seem strained. Just hear, protected you.
What?
You.
Can we all hear this?
That's up to Raleigh. would you allow the others to hear this? Allow them to connect to the sentient sword?
I mean, if they're willing to connect to the demon sword, go ahead, guys.
Well, no, I'm just curious because he said, "Well, here, let me show you."
Yeah.
For the moment, it is just Brawley that can hear this, but if any of you wanted to focus on the sword,
No thanks.
See, nobody. He's broken, guys.
says that it protected you, that you were low.
Oh, okay, bud.
Break it more. Break it more.
You want to really get broken? I'll show you. I'll show you speed.
The acidic blood tried to eat you.
It did eat me. You feel the damage I took?
You would have died.
Oh.
Lies.
Dang.
Are all demons gonna be like this?
That was way louder than I meant to be. I'm sorry.
What?
Maybe I caught it in time.
Yeah, no, huh? You're good.
The assassins, the blood demons, designed to break one physically and mentally. You would have died.
I'll take your word for that one. But regardless, I guess some thanks are in order. If what you claim is true. So thank you, I guess.
Says nothing else.
You see, guys? Apparently, I am not strong enough yet. But I will be. Break demon sword, goddammit. Can I transfer you to a different weapon? How does this work? Because that broke way too easy.
Well, to the player, obviously not to Brawley.
Yeah.
It kept you from making a fortitude save that may or may not be instant death.
Who the fuck else had this fortitude say? Everybody else got bled on.
No one else critically failed their reflex save.
I didn't critically fail.
Twice.
I had a
You
fortune.
critically faced twice.
You rolled a 1 and then re-rolled it with a hero point into a 1.
On that one.
Yep.
There.
Yeah. Jesus, these instant deaths.
Oh, they just get
No,
more and
for
more
the-
common as you level up.
That's gonna be fun.
Brawley, you should have just died, become one of us.
Yeah, and Brawley picked the damn creature in the game who has the worst instant death ability.
You would.
I chose it for RP purposes. Fuck off.
Anyways, I didn't say
It's
any
like
of that.
making a wish and it becoming true. You did this to us.
Ignore me, I didn't say any of that. But the sword goes silent. That connection is dulled down to its normal, gentle hum in the back of your mind.
An incident bullshit. I have demon lore.
Roll it?
Yeah. How do I make sure that never happens again? Because breaking sword bullshit. I don't like it. Break my weapons. But I don't know shit. Never mind.
I mean, that's plenty. Do you have a specific lore? Drops the DC from 23 down to 17.
Is there any way to basically I want to know, is there any way to transfer my demon's power to something else? Weapon or armor wise?
Well, you could reforge the blade with a different material, one that would be immune to that effect.
Okay.
Which I am looking right now to see what that might be.
Adamantine.
Not mithril. I will find it, but
Yeah, no worries.
yeah.
Barley's extra pouty now.
Did not mean to hurt your feelings, friend.
Well, my feelings are hurt, okay? I'm in a lot of stress. And, yeah, I just...
Found it.
Oh, yeah? Does it cost 5 million gold?
It is orichalcum.
It's what?
Orichalcum.
Yeah, it
I
costs a
don't know what
million
kind
gold.
of wizard is that?
It is 1,000.
Orichalcum is the strongest metal.
I thought adamantine was.
Orichalcum not only can't be destroyed, but will repair itself even if something manages to.
Ooh.
Adamantine is the strongest non-magical metal.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know.
You also look up adamantine, just in case that would also work.
It's a good thing that we, Sean just had a good friend now who's a apprentice smith.
Yeah, adamantine would make it more resilient, but orichalcum is the one that is physically unbreakable.
And cold iron is the one that does more damage to demons.
Correct.
Is there any way to get all three of those things?
Onto.
Plated, right? Plated in cold iron?
You could have an orichalcum blade and then just have the actual edges made of cold iron.
Yeah, that's something to look into. But first, we gotta amend our relationship.
What about mending the blade first?
You need therapists?
Well, how am I gonna mend the blade in Agorian saying, "Hey, can you fix this demon blade, please?" While we're trying to lay low.
No.
Huh?
I said, ask the bellflowers? They
I
might
mean,
have-
maybe.
They
Look,
might
But
have-
I,
all you need is to kill a whole bunch of, our enemies. You put the sword in their blood, it'll eventually have enough iron, you'll be good to go. Forged in the blood of your enemies. What better way to strengthen a sword?
Fun fact, orichalcum lets you have an additional magical property rune weapon.
Goals.
Can we put
I
that
get my
in
cards?
his bones and get like
Fucking-
Wolverine?
Tip your cards in hell yeah.
Yeah, or calcul cards, like, come on!
It's a fucking Orcolcum like tin box for your deck.
fucking melee users.
Come at me.
I can't, you'll beat my ass.
Truth.
This
All
is
right.
the Tasman killer.
Alright.
Yeah, I guess that's something I'll have to work on because I don't know. I guess I expected more, but if it's my fault, then I guess it's my fault. Fuck it, I'll deal with it later. We have something else to do. How's everybody feeling?
Could be better.
Everybody else?
Fine.
I'm all good.
Well,
Lisa flashes a thumbs up.
wonderful. All right. Well, I guess it's time to do some reconnaissance.
So, we are at the mark that would be the end of the stream, but since the last stream was cut short and we were missing half the people, I did want to give you guys the option to go a little bit later today, if one is able to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice to do some chores, but other than that, I'm good.
How you doing, Sean?
I'll
Hey.
probably just like listen as long as we're not doing anything like super exciting.
Sneaking around, espionage, trying not to die.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I was gonna
Sean
take a
needs to go
nap pretty
sleep.
soon, so because. But I mean, I'm fine to be on for a little while. I just need to take some more medicine and stuff.
All right.
Sean is tapped, y'all.
Yeah.
It's I have COVID, okay?
Yeah,
No, you're
We
good.
no,
You're
get it.
good.
no. Nobody blames you, sweetie. You're
Yeah.
fine.
Absolutely.
It's not that I don't want to. It's just like, you guys go ahead. I'll just listen, okay? I'm probably just gonna be on mute.
That's okay.
We will
Okay.
lull you to sleep with our bullshittery.
My voice does usually put people to sleep.
Shut the fuck
If I have
Put me to
anything to
sleep.
add, I'll type it or I'll just come off mute real quick. It's no big deal.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you guys go ahead.
then, with the long rest more or less had by most of you, walking downstairs to the main floor, Violet Springs, see a handful of halflings sitting around sharing a drink. One of them looks up as you come down the stairs and waves you over.
random halfling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Moseying on over.
We'll allow it.
So, you all ready? Here to take you on our lovely jaunt this morning.
Let's go.
Isaac will make himself look like a not dragon person as much as possible. I imagine an orc might be like the closest thing he resembles, minus the face.
Um,
I don't even know what would have the snout that he has.
um, not much.
Okay, so maybe just a different kind of lizard.
Okay.
He'll store the scythe. He'll do his best to not look like Isaacs, but still have on a big old cloak.
Well, thankfully the Bellflower agent is taking you kind of on side paths, on walkways that are typically out of sight, as they live or die through their ability to travel unseen throughout a city. But you're all much bigger. You all make a stealth check.
Stealthy is.
Well, you don't need to.
Hop on Brawley.
Yep. So Brawley, you can make a stealth
And
check. Or no,
Yeah, no, the lowest
I
modifier.
Kira.
make.
Yes, Kira makes a stealth check.
Nice.
That was Lisa.
That was
Damn it.
public or just me?
Stealth checks are always private.
Yeah, so it's with a
I am a shadow in the night.
There's a +9 and then a +4 on top of that.
Yeah. No, plus. Yeah, yeah.
+13. Okay. Following Brawley's stealthy ways, you all get through undetected.
Nice.
You do all have a hero point back from dealing with the blood demons. as you are brought to a point in the city where there's one of those like big manhole cover sewer grates, and the halfling just pulls out a crowbar, jams it in, lifts it up, and scoots it far enough to the side to just drop down. The rest of you following behind?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Sorry, that was my wing.
Yes.
Yeah.
You all climbing down the ladder, reaching the bottom with a splash underfoot of a liquid that you probably don't want to know what it is.
Brew.
We'll call it water.
We'll call it water, he says.
I hate everything about what you
Sure
just said,
is
Cooper.
liquid.
It sure is liquid. Down here, you see the halfling just pull up like a handkerchief over his face, doing what he can to block out the smell because it is awful.
Yeah, Brawley shoves like gauze up his nose.
Especially for Brawley and Izix, who are probably heaving a little at first, but eventually it just kind of dulls your sense of smell enough that you get by.
I don't like it.
Well, press on, marching through the sewers. Every once in a while, you pass by another, entry point into the sewers, and you can hear the public above going about their daily business. After a good 10 to 15 minutes of walking, you're eventually brought to a. It's not like the others where it was just a ladder that goes up into the streets. This is actually a door that's been jimmied open, lock itself set to the anyone that knows how to get in. It would take them just a moment to undo the lock and sneak their way inside. But past the door is a set of stairs that look like they lead up, probably into some fanciful estate. Alright, so if you're paying attention on where to go, because if you need a quick out, this is probably one of your best bets.
You have a map, right?
Well, yeah, but, anyone can have a map of this place.
And can Lisa have marked it on her map?
Yeah, absolutely. Just, if you're running from someone or something, and it seems like they're already predicting your turns and your moves, they might have a good idea where you're headed and may want to divert to lean over and point to like 3 other places in the sewer system. Any of these places, they'll come out somewhere safe, somewhere where you can hide and lay low for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, but good luck.
All right, thank you. Stay low and let us know if we can help you in any way, either yeah, or vice versa. If you have any more information for us, that'd be great too.
Gives you a nod. Takes back off the way that you guys had come.
All right. Well, now we know how to get here. What else can we do to I guess we can split up and look for vulnerabilities. I don't know.
Hmm. I guess so. I can't think of anything wrong.
Wait, where does this exactly open up into?
If brought you to the right place, it brings you into the manor of House Vergilius.
But I mean, but do we know like where? Like, are we?
No.
You know. Oh, they didn't even. They don't. Did.
Mm-mm.
Do they not fucking know?
They've had no reason to explore this place or the army within.
Bellflowers are fucking useless.
They would be useful if we were going for, slavers, probably.
Yeah,
They are yours.
they don't usually assault houses.
Well, where are the firebrands then? Right? They're supposed to be useful.
They
Kira,
do
where are
on
your
their
people?
own, and they go wild. It's not like we have
Well,
a
this is
meetup.
the time we need. Oh God,
Eh.
actually, this is the time we need. Kira, find your firebrands. They can go wild somewhere else, and then we can sneak in again.
Yeah,
We'll just-
I'll do that. Once a fucking firebrand appears somewhere and notices our work, nobody
You
has heard
said
of
you
me
were
yet.
a firebrand.
I am a firebrand, but I'm not that rank of a firebrand.
You're not a fucking firebrand, are you?
I'm a firebrand, rank 1.
Rank 1.
Unnoticed?
Yes,
Rank trainee.
pretty
Rank
much.
0.
Because we didn't spread enough stories. I mean, we've known, but nobody came and hey, you're that guy. Then I'm rank 2, but nobody said that, other than our enemies, and then we killed them.
Doesn't help that your patron doesn't necessarily want her actions publicly known.
Exactly.
I mean, we won the fucking
Hunger Games.
the Hunger Games thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
Blood
also
Bowl
beat
37.
Devourer.
We've done a whole bunch, but I haven't run into anyone of of worth to remember that I did that. That is
Oh,
the
you're
problem.
about to.
I- you
We're
seem
about
like
to
it's so
walk into an
simple.
entire house that remembers what we did.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they'll notice us now.
Okay, so we know for certain
Soyden.
that Wrath is guarding the location of the place. Okay, the sewer pops out somewhere in their house, but we have no idea where.
Hence the surveillance. We gotta go find him.
Yeah, but how are we just gonna pop out in the middle of nowhere and then hope that they don't notice or see us?
We can go to other exits of the sewer and pop up and look around that way, but now we know how to get under. Maybe check out, see where it does lead. Maybe poke up our head a little bit. I mean, that's what we're trying to figure out now.
You could turn into a bird and give it a look, right?
You turn into a bird. I can.
I turn into
appear.
a very big bird. I do not turn into a normal sized bird.
We have anybody have familiars that they can use?
I have a shadow familiar.
Do.
Eh?
Can you see through its eyes now?
Hang on. Did anyone say anything? The dog static shorted my headset.
Nobody said nah.
Okay. Maybe. I can definitely get it to report.
Let's do that.
Let's
Let's
be
just see where
honest.
this leads.
We don't want Izix going and searching by himself anywhere.
I can't have Sybil do stuff, so.
What about pessimism?
I think you answered your own question.
Yeah, the only type of telepathy is touch telepathy that
Yeah.
I would have access to.
Yeah. You can have it speak. That's the best. Or speak the language of itself. I don't think other shadows like to talk.
Yeah. Shadow step in speech.
Okay. door open, stairs in front of you. You make a stealth check for your familiar. The bonus should just be your level, I believe.
It's garbage.
Okay. Shadow starts its way up the steps, eventually turns and leaves sight.
Hey, that's
Is gone for a minute, couple minutes. Hear the just muffled echoes of commotion by the time it reaches the stairs and reaches all of you, and you feel your connection to the familiar sever.
What?
Which is a natural 1 on the stealth check.
Damn.
Run. We're going.
Even the mildest form of magically adept people would have been able to sense that, unfortunately.
But I had shadow stuff. God damn it.
Does that give it, like, permanent invisibility?
No, it allows it to teleport 30 feet.
Yeah.
It was a very low teleport. I was like, I'm teleporting.
So, what would you like to do?
I want my familiar back.
It takes, like, a day's ritual.
I don't know. I gained it because we got into a fight with shadows.
Usually it takes
And
a
then my shadow got stolen. And then this guy appeared.
It's a week of downtime to replace it at no cost.
I have no shadow for a week.
I have
at
no
least.
shadow.
Alright, that gives you good stealth. You're like in the shadow.
So with that in mind, what would you guys like to
Mhm.
do?
Cry.
Panic.
Quiet.
To the ground.
Cry.
I mean, obviously, as soon as the shadow connection got cut, I think we shut the door like after the shadow went, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Sure.
Not that it.
I say
is
we-
the best, I guess. Go, bro.
I say we find a different exit, and then we approach from a different angle.
Is there
If
another
spiriters
exit?
pop up, we could, but we're in the sewers. There should be exits everywhere.
Yeah.
Exits everywhere.
They may not lead you to the dead center heart of the house like this one will, but they'll get you to other angles.
Yeah, I also want to see because I feel like a dungeon area would have to have like additional sewage pipes. So, like, if we can find a place maybe that goes down more,
Okay.
question mark. That's what Isaac will be looking for.
Considering you have the map and have time, probably killing about an hour, but yeah, there are other tunnels. Anything else that's going to connect to kind of the main part of the house or even to the underground like you're looking for, you're probably crawling.
I hate that, but
Not really pathways, but for people to walk, more like tunnels just for water to come through.
Yeah.
Pessimism, you there? You want to help?
Oh,
Cat gives you a lovely meow.
God damn it.
Do you have pessimism again?
Hmm?
Wait, no, I'm thinking of misery. Never mind.
It's not your misery.
Or malice. That's what I'm
Malice,
thinking.
yeah.
Yeah. Every time is different M emotion. We'll get to a different one, I'm sure.
Okay.
I have summon animal.
You?
I can do stuff with it. Level
Yeah. But if
5
you
to level
talk to us.
3 animals.
The level 4 spell.
So level 4. I can summon a bison.
Level 4 spell gives you level 3 creatures.
Damn. I can summon a grizzly bear.
Giant chameleon.
No, I want it can I summon a raven swarm to do surveillance? But like have like a bunch of different ravens go search out instead of just it being in a swarm? Or does that not count?
In order to be a swarm, it would have to be the mass of birds.
That's you're a swarm.
We're a swarm. We're a mass of adventurers.
I did not think you were going to use the word adventurers there.
What do you think I
Rebels.
was gonna say?
I'm sure to say we're massive idiots.
No.
But yes.
We the players might be. Characters should be smarter than we are.
Yeah, I'll summon a bird or some.
You have a hippogriff.
No. I want surveillance hooper.
We have a Craig cat.
Oh, I can do a swarm of mosquitoes.
Yeah.
That's.
Yep.
You have a
I
means
summon
of
an
talking with said mosquito.
body language.
Hey, can I talk to him one bloodsucker to another?
Yeah, that's also an idea.
Dude, my man's gonna watch a fucking mosquito dance about, be like, I think there's 20 guys. Oh, I don't have
Yes.
anything.
I'm
Fucking
gonna
hell.
summon a mosquito swarm. Wait, I can still do that.
No,
Where
we
is it?
can't talk to the mosquito swarm, bro.
Give me one more
What do you
level and I
mean?
have things I can talk to.
How are you gonna talk to a mosquito?
If they're magical mosquitoes.
They're-
I don't think summon animal lets you communicate. It just gives you the animal to command.
they also
Right.
live
I
for a
command
minute.
it to go look and then come back.
Okay,
And then I can ask it questions based on what it's seen.
sure.
Oh my god.
Buzz
Can
twice for yes, buzz once for no.
To
Eventually, yeah.
Give it
expedite
touch
it,
telepathy.
expedite it a tad. Your swarm of mosquitoes will go up, following the same path the familiar took. You can sustain it for up to a minute. So,
We're putting it in the same path? I thought we were having it look around elsewhere.
Yeah, it's the other
Oh.
the crawl path.
Oh, now the
Oh,
noise begins.
okay. Yeah, either way, it goes for about 50 seconds. Comes back and is a swarm of mosquitoes. It doesn't know common. Its intelligence is too stupid to communicate.
And is a swarm.
Okay.
I think you're the best person to do this. Probably you have to.
I tried to
go.
warn you. It doesn't make them be able to communicate. It just gives you an animal.
We believe in you, bro. I can give you haste so you can move about real fast.
Yeah.
Okay. We're
Played some.
sending the wolf boy this time.
Yeah.
All right. Then would you make a stealth check for me?
I'll
Yeah.
haste him.
Or hasted.
Hasted for a minute.
For no particular reason, would you care to use a hero point?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's how it is.
No.
I see.
Oh, yeah.
The dice apparently have completely betrayed you all. I'm
Yep.
so sorry. Out of fairness, Lisa, if you would like to hero point your shadows a stealth roll, it may still be alive.
Yeah, hang on. I have to grant myself some fortune with these points. There we go.
Okay. Shadow does slip away enough to return, letting you know that up above, it leads into some kind of underground structure. And there's a lot of guards.
Okay. I'm just happy it's alive.
You didn't see one that looked like Wrath by any chance?
It did not.
Well, that gives us a fighting chance.
That it might not be the right underground structure.
But, Raleigh, as you crawl through the pipe, make your way to some exit, start poking around, a set of stairs that leads not quite as sharply up as the others. This one leads more just a slight incline. And the further in you get, the more you can see just this. Everything is illuminated by this faint glow. Eventually, it does open up into a long audience chamber looking place.
It's blue.
With tables set up, chairs, desks covered in paper, and in the center of the room is about a 15-foot-ish wide glass tube. It stands about 20 to 25 feet tall, and inside is just kind of like almost a jello-looking liquid, but very clear. And floating around in the liquid is dozens of small.
I take note. Um, yeah, I don't know what else to do besides continue moving forward, but then risk getting caught.
Don't see anyone in the room at the moment.
Uses see everything.
That's what I'm saying. It's like those cats from fucking Harry Potter.
Yeah,
Ah,
it's all the portraits.
yeah. Yeah, I'll take note. Do I take Evan? No, I'm here to find my brother. Where's my brother?
Pressing on deeper.
Do it.
Yeah, fuck it.
Go deeper.
At this point,
You step into the room. You can see that, like, from the way that you come in, you have to walk down some stairs. And it's going to bring you basically right up next to this massive tube. Circling around, once you get into the room, on the far side, there are a set of double doors. But on the side you came in, just lower at the bottom of the steps, there's another set of doors. I hope that made sense.
Kind of, sort of. Explain it one more time. Just brief
So
layout.
you came in the room in the top left corner.
Yeah,
Take a set of stairs down to the center of the room. And if you circle
yeah.
back up to the top right, there's another set of doors. But if you continue all the way down, there's also a set of doors.
There's a lot of doors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doors in the top left you came in, there's doors in the top right, and doors in the bottom.
I see. Okay. I'll go with the doors in the bottom. Anything that leads down would be good.
You walk past this giant glass tube. All of the oozes all collect to that side as you're walking past and are just pressing against the glass, following your movements.
Yes. You nasty.
Does it seem in a violent way, or do they just want help?
Unknown.
If they want help.
Stick your hand in there and find out.
I'm good, thank you.
You sneak through the room, passing by the tables. Get to the set of double doors. You can hear voices on the other side.
What are you saying?
A muffled conversation, but if you'd like, you can make a perception check.
Please. No, then that one.
I can tell you it was not a nat 1.
Nat 2.
That too.
Yep.
You want my hero points?
Nah, fuck it.
I haven't gotten to use them.
It's a very difficult conversation to overhear. You're just catching bits and pieces of experiments, of subjects, of death rate, of potential intruders.
No,
There wouldn't be potential intruders.
Potential shadow that got stabbed.
Shadow came back for good.
No, if there's people here, I will back away and I will test the other doors, maybe.
The other doors are a quick jiggle of the handle tell you that they are locked.
Are they though?
You tell me.
Do I have? Because I use my thief tools.
Go for it.
The thievery.
Mhm.
Oh, I did it blind. That's right. On the edge. Did I unlock the door, Hooper?
You did.
Nice.
Deftly with you know the names of them too. With the picks, they hit all of the
Keys.
pins.
Slots.
All of the
Pins.
pins. And it is quickly clicked open. I'd like to take a peek inside. You have dark vision.
Activate goggles.
Activate goggles. You see just dozens of those like medical grade metal tables all lined up on the left side of the room. On the right side are tables and shelves full of alchemical ingredients, books, notes, scrolls. Some of the tables to your left have a humanoid shape covered by sheets.
Do I get a feeling there's any like living people in this room?
Nothing is moving.
That doesn't answer my question, but I will go and investigate. Have I seen a setup like this before in the Alchemist area?
Very similar, but to a much lesser degree.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go check to see what's under these sheets.
As
Would
you
it be?
as you may expect, it is bodies. All of them cold. Long since cold.
I check for my brother.
None of them resemble your brother. You see that the room extends into a hallway that turns. Both sides of the hallway are oddly glass.
What?
If there were something to see, even though you're here underground.
Are there people under these tables? Are they all human? What's the race makeup?
Human, yeah, human.
All right. Well, and there's glass.
Mm-hmm.
I had a pigeon question. Would he be able to tell if they were shifters in death? Would they have like a different smell or
They
anything?
probably would have a different scent.
Okay.
Yeah. I take note of this. I will go back up to the last room. I'll grab a couple important looking books and then maybe a vial or two as evidence and or stuff to take because fuck them. And then I'll meet up with the party.
Okay. Yeah. It's easy enough path to get back, and there wouldn't be anything in the way. Are gone probably a good 10 minutes. Where you all hear the sound of someone returning, and very quickly notice that it is indeed Raleigh.
Well, that was exciting. How you guys doing down here?
Waiting for you.
Lovely.
Yeah, just like trimming her nails.
Well, it's a big place up there. I was only able to search a room and a half. The first room has got, much like the alchemist had, a bunch of experiments with oozes. There were some people talking behind another door, but I couldn't quite catch who or what they were talking about. I picked the lock to another room, and when I looked in there, there was a bunch of bodies laying on tables. I'm assuming which are the experiments. Uh, yeah. None of them were my brothers, so that's good. But there's still a lot of people being held here. I'm assuming because it doesn't look like they were close to being done.
So the plan should be to get the people out first and then wreck shit, correct?
Yes. The only problem is that the people that I found were all dead already.
That sounds good. Reminds me of the alchemical dude.
Yeah. So we'll have to keep searching for the prisoners within the house. But I think we need to go regroup, maybe get some more information, or maybe approach it from a different angle because, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if we were to go in there now, we wouldn't know where we were going or where they're being held. I think we got to find out where they are being held first.
Why don't we go punch the people in the face that we're talking and ask them?
We could, but this is also the house known for having many guards, as well as the help of the consortium once again.
Yeah, They've fucked up once. I imagine if they fuck up majorly again, they may not.
That's fair.
It is true. Many businesses go under because they just can't bring in the results.
Well, I think that we need to stalk our prey more before we make the move.
Probably.
Anybody else have any ideas? Any opinions on the matter?
We need the distraction, I think. If they think there's an intruder, we need something else. Something timed.
Like what?
An explosion might do.
Didn't we do that last time?
Yeah, no.
Works.
No, we didn't do this to to this place. I'm sure they're not ready for it, but this is an idea of someone accidentally shutting off a fireball from far away. That would be nice. Or a certain explosive. I don't know.
Probably this is your and these people. I would like to rescue the users if possible, and of course everyone else. I'm not good at this part of it, though.
Kira, as you are having this conversation, there is a cold chill washes down your back. The sensation of being in far too close of proximity to a creature that was directly caused for death.
Great, and Raph is here, guys. Our favorite person, like who killed me. That
Yeah, we
makes
know he's
me.
alive. But what do you mean he's here, though?
He's close.
I told
I
you
could-
he guarded the location. I mean,
Yeah.
he found it.
Yeah. This is certainly it. It got me excited. That's for sure.
I'm glad you're excited.
Gotta kill that son of a bitch.
Well, first,
Okay.
I think she just wants to get revenge,
Oh,
which,
I can't fault her for that.
yeah. That being said, I do think we need to maybe do one more day of surveillance before we make an attack.
But we're
Yeah.
already here.
Here, can you tell from where?
It is just a cold sensation.
Yeah, as God said.
It is as God said.
I can just feel him. It's more of a how I can feel the darkness being over us. I feel him being near. That's pretty much it. Which is a good thing. We'll know if he's coming for us. I'll just
Yeah.
feel death.
Feel death.
Yes.
And that's a good thing.
So, gotta ask, is the plan to backtrack, do some surveillance, to come up with another plan, or the plan to pop off, get inside, and deal with it here and now?
I would like more information before we attack the house without anything. But that's Billy talking. If anybody else wants to do anything else, I get it.
I worry that if they think that there's an intruder now, that they're gonna move shit.
Why do they think there's an intruder now, though?
I don't know. Is that what you heard?
So
I heard something of an intruder, and then that was about it.
player knowledge that kind of reflects character knowledge. The beings that were sent here to specifically look out for you all, if when those beings did not report back, that would tell whoever made the deal, whoever summoned them, whoever that had them on guard duty, that they were probably killed. They were summoned for.
So they know we're here.
Watching out for you specifically. But they don't
Okay.
know that for a fact because obviously they report back, so which is why they there's probably going to be.
So if we wait, then they will probably shore up everything before we're able to get in, more so than they already have.
Okay.
All right.
Let's go then. We'll
Yes.
take a look at the house, and we'll I guess people that were talking, get information out of them. Go. At this point, we're winging it. Fuck it.
I will jump forward a tad, assuming that you were leading them the exact way that you went.
Yep.
You'll all see the giant glass tube, the dozens of oozes all trapped within. Though this time there are no voices through the southern door. There is a very strong, very singular scent that isn't even something that you have to seek out for. It's not something that you're even actively trying to pick up. But it is the unmistakable scent of your brother.
How did I not smell this before?
Was not through that door before.
It's a trap.
Or he was the person talking.
Okay, I follow the scent.
Anyone else?
Don't split the party.
But the oozes.
Still be
Oozes are
there.
dead.
Can't.
Too late for them.
Can he tell if they're okay?
He's a slime.
He just looks at them all. They don't speak to me. I don't even know if they can speak.
Slime, ooze, it's all the same, right?
That's racist.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like how a lizard and a dragon are the same.
I mean, the lizards would like that.
Maybe
The
just
dragons
like
would be
the
offended.
Yeah.
These are the same, right?
What's that?
What?
No, I honestly didn't hear you.
I said just like your brother and the enemies are the same, right?
Okay, calm down there, traitor.
Hey, I'm not
He
a
was
traitor
captured,
anymore.
okay? That's the information we've got. He was captured, okay? He's a prisoner of war.
So when Brawley went through all the bodies and checked, were there any Kitsune?
I was told they're all human.
Kitsune are human.
They are not. They are Kitsune.
I don't fuck it. That was weird.
Why do I
They're
always think that
animal.
Kitsune are a heritage? They're not. They're an ancestor.
Because
Or no, the other way
depending on
around.
the heritage, they can have a humanoid form.
That's right. I always get that wrong.
They are fox people.
Yeah.
And they'll
they'll either have like ears and a tail in a hybrid form, or just look like people in a normal one.
Raleigh, would you have been looking for Kitsune? Or smelling for Kitsune, I should say?
I mean, not particularly, but I would have noticed if they was like an odd one out.
A few of them do smell similar to Lisa.
Well, then if Lisa had asked me if there's Kitsune, I would have said yes.
Now she has to go and check. She knows any of them.
So who is
That's-
headed north and who is headed south?
Brawley's following his brother's scent, because that's brand new and he was literally just in here.
So Brawley is going south, so is going north.
So where are you going?
Alright, where am I going? I have to see if they're
They're all dead.
people out-
Everyone in that room is dead.
Is he lying to me?
That's the information I was told. Everyone's dead.
All of the time that you've known Brawley, he is not one to lie.
Go look back at the room. Fine. After we find your brother, we're going back in there.
Whatever you want to do, but right now we've got something more important to deal with.
So, get up to the door. That scent now just fully hitting you, bringing back years of memories of everything you've gone through. Search for this one person. Are you going through?
Can I hear what's on the other side?
Hear soft growling and lots of different moans of pain, different creatures.
Yeah. I will stealthily go through.
Make a stealth check. Okay. Open the door just enough to be able to stick your head in, and you see kind of resembles the Colosseum that you had fought in before. Wide, oval room, and about 30-ish feet up, it angles outwards for like benches that are just positioned up, much like the seats above the stadium. On the far end away from you, there's, instead of benches and seats, it's a wide platform. There's a few individuals up there, just easily jotting down notes about something, looking over alchemical ingredients of some sort. But in the center of the room, fully chained down with multiple, probably 8 to 10 inch thick chains, is the massive form of a black werewolf.
Probably
Surrounding
knows
it
that.
are cages, over a dozen cages, all filled with humanoid people that, even if you just took a split second to pick up their scent, to give you the scent of beastkin.
Oh. Everyone's about to die. How many people are taking notes?
Up on that platform, there's just two.
Is there an easy way to get there?
You would have to enter the room, climb, or jump up, and then sprint to them.
How far away is the platform from the door?
From the door, look well. Looking about 25 feet into the room, 30 feet up, then probably another 15 feet.
Okay, so if I were to use... if I were to burst into the room, do a high jump, and then use abundant step, would I be able to get up there?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is this in bright light?
Up on that stage, it's bright lights, but the rest of the room is dim to darkness.
Brawley looks back to the party, and this is the move, guys. We're gonna do it. We're doing it now.
I guess.
I got one ready up.
Well, let's go.
Wait, how far in are they, Hooper?
um,
If
It-
I were to use my aspect shadow, how far in are they?
you could probably target a space near them and then just stride to them since they are in bright light. No, you can teleport into bright light.
Yeah, I can teleport into bright light. It's just if it's not in bright light, then the range is 60 feet. Otherwise, it's only 30 feet.
Yeah, like basically sprinting to the wall, you would be within 30 feet of it.
Oh,
Hooper, are we back? No,
Hello.
stream exploded.
No?
Hooper,
Hey.
Hello.
No?
don't leave us like this.
You hear me?
Oh, there we
Can you hear
go.
me? No?
Hello?
Can you not hear us?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Okay. Stream should be back.
Yeah, it is.
So, I will give you guys some downtime to determine what you want to do, unless you have an action that you want to take right this second. If you guys are bursting in, then we will start next session with you guys bursting in.
I think we're
Yeah.
best at bursting in because
Okay.
Yeah.
we don't really do it.
Plan doesn't work in this game.
Then, with Brawley in the lead, followed immediately by Izix, and Sharn probably staying back to guard the two squishies, doors are burst inwards. The over dozen faces chained down here in the center of the room all look up, watching all of you enter the room as Brawley and Izix cross it in just a few steps, and both, with different means, teleport up onto the stage to the very wide-eyed surprise and amazement of the two staff currently working up there. And with that,
Bitch.
we will pick up there next time.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
when my internet's gonna drop again.
That's fair, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I cleaned it. Room, I mopped this. I cleaned it.
But with that, thank you all so much for watching this extra long episode of the Lost Caravan. We love you guys so much. If you're catching the VOD, if you're catching the YouTube video, we love you, and think about coming to catch us live next time. We'd love to see people in chat. We are currently casting for our February one-shots. If you want to be a part of that, you can join the Discord down below. And yeah, get all the information to you. But other than that, unless you guys have any news that you want to share.
Nope.
All right. Well, before my internet dies again, let's see who is currently streaming.
Oh, never mind.
Hmm?
Nope. Carry on. Carry on.
Wait. I have a wait.
Wait.
Just for a quick wait.
All right.
Go.
All right, I'm back.
Oh, won't let me. Why won't it let me?
Because I already did it.
Oh,
What's
really?
happening? Did we die?
She was trying to redeem a magic item.
Oh yeah. Right.
I can do that too.
I set it to
It's only one.
once per stream.
Yep.
What's
I don't
happening?
have enough.
So now you have to use them on rerolls.
No, I
I can
don't.
do what?
You just
There's also
makes it.
an option to summon ghosts on the stream.
I'm in spirit.
All right. Random treasure, level 8. Bam. Roll a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roll a 1d10. Oh yeah, Foundry probably went down. So if you haven't,
I got a 3.
A 3.
a 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I don't actually know what that item is, or if it's useful. Hold on. Okay. You have a magic shovel. This ornate, compact shovel has a golden handle wrapped in a beautiful crimson boulet leather, or bullet leather as I like to call it. Its silver head never gets dirty and worn no matter how much you use it. Its true magic, however, is its ability to dig on its own. It's a shovel that you can say, dig, and it will dig to your specifications. It's called a shoonie shovel.
What?
It is a shoonie shovel.
Shoonie shovel.
The dog shovels.
Alright. Now, let's see who is streaming. Quest and Chaos. They're pretty cool. So, I'm gonna throw us into a raid real quick.
You're a raid.
I had to put the Shuni shovel up my sleeve because
Alright.
it's too bulk.
Thank you guys so much. Throw us
Thank
into
you,
the
Hooper.
raid.
Thank you.
You guys are awesome. Viewers, we love you. You literally let us do this. So, couldn't do without you. Right. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
Oh no. I didn't see how much you cheered.
100.
Oh, thank you.
I got a dip soup.
How's-
Y'all have a
Go to
good
Christopher
day.
Walken. Oh,
Alright.
wow.
Later.
Bye, guys.
No.
Wait, Hooper, we need to talk if you have a moment.
Yeah.
Contracting's in a while.
Okay.
Later.
See ya.
Bye, Billy.